Good morning. Oh, for God's sake. For God's sake, Tits, get your shit together. I need to restart you twice. Good morning, everybody. How we doing out there in TV land? You gotta go soon. You must nap before work. Haven't slept yet. Haven't slept at all yet? Echo? Oh shit, was my echo on? Okay, so that still works. But I can't get my fucking billboard thing to load up. That's weird. Stream was still up from yesterday. Huh. Thank you, Nick's Rat Lady. But yeah, how we doing, everybody? It is my affiliate anniversary, it would appear. I didn't know that. Maybe I should maybe I should write that down. You gotta be kidding me. Are you kidding? Fuck. I drank water bad. Great. Okay, so I was having a good voice morning, and then now I've cried a bunch because I listened to a song that makes me cry foolishly, and now I've got water down the wrong pipe, which makes it even worse. Makes it order of magnitude worse. Okay. It's also so fucking hot in this room and weirdly moistured. There's so much humidity in the air. No other room in the house is like this. This is the only room in the house where it's weirdly hot and moist. So I guess I'm chugging ice water, which is why I started coughing. And I guess I'm just hoping and praying that the AC kicks on for other reasons at some point, because I'm completely cut off from the rest of the house. It's like a split level room. So unless the AC kicks on, I'm just gonna be in this weird sort of in-between quarter sauna where it's just hot enough to make me sticky. Anyway, how's your day going? Also, Stormy has planted herself on my desk mat for some reason. She doesn't want lap, she just wants to be in the way. So that's nice. Oi! Also, Hellcat, congratulations on first. Esu, congratulations on second. And Mont, 15,000 on third. First time on the podium, I think, maybe? Congratulations. Posture check. Alright. Oh dear God. Okay. Also, thank you for your prayers. Esanuriro with 158. Mont 3000 with your third prayer. Isaac is late with 41. Cryptovo at unprecedented and frankly frightening 195 times. Are you stalking me, my wife? And Nick's Rat Lady with 55. Very nice. That sound makes me so nostalgic. Hell yeah, it does. By the way, ice water, not good for your voice. It's not good for your voice. It's really not. It's really not. But I have to drink it because I'm just going to be a miserable sweating mess if I don't. Crip, did you just say I'll take Isaac's 6 inches? What are you saying? Can you, what are you saying on my behalf? What's going on? I'll take what now? I want a tactile sensation, real sensation. Got me wired like a sex machine. I feel like thunder when you're shaking past me, yeah. You got them brains, yeah, and you got the booty. Don't want my love, baby, tell me what you need. Well, that is what you said. From a dream. May have been lurking since I followed, but I've been having a great time. Awesome. Well, thank you for your 7 stream streak, Drowsy Bot. I just know that that quote will come up at the worst times. Yeah. This is how paranoid I am, by the way. I know Drowsy Bot is not a bot, but having bot in your name made me do a double take at first, and I was like, is that a fucking bot? Baby, it was so romantic. With your hand in mine, I can feel it tickle down my spine. So baby, talk to me. Your loving sets me free. Your touch is what I need. So touch me. God. Be gone! Be gone, demons! Get off my cords! Let me talk! God. You got me shook. Been confused for someone's bot before, so it's okay. Yeah. Yeah. You can't, it's a really cute name, but you can't hang out in anyone's stream if they have the word drowsy anywhere in their streamer name, because it'll look like you're their bot. Chorgan it. Excuse me. Absolutely chorgan that ice water. Also, Esu says you can take my cold ice water from my cold dead hands. Are they ice cold? All right. Let's have dicking around. Let's do these goat formations. What do you say? Let's get into it. Ha ha ha. Where the fuck is my... Oh yeah! I found new music to put on. For the goat formations. It's the Weather Channel music. The official Weather Channel playlist from the Weather Channel. It's their music from when they used to have the, like, you know, always on text only background screen that would tell you, like, your local weather and shit. Isn't that awesome? It's almost 9 hours of music that all sounds more or less like this. Like, you could just do that, just bop to it all day. Isn't that awesome? Anyway, that's our Goat Formations music now. Yeah, let's say some nice things to ourselves and each other. Some of the daily governments with me. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, wait, yeah, you should find somebody who has drowsy in their name. Then they'd be very confused. I'm a good person, goddammit. We're gonna do this around like I'm drunk. I'm a good person, goddammit. I'm a good person. Good damn it. I deserve to feel good about myself. Yeah. Exactly, Crypt. Exactly. No one's mad at me. And if they are, fight them. Fuck out. Fuck out. Fuck out. It sounds like I'm playing Sega. Sega! Fuck out. God, listen to those saxophones. More like saxophones. Am I right, ladies? I will not allow capitalism to define my worth as my net worth. Okay? Okay? I'm not gonna do it anymore. I'm gonna stand up. I'm calling capitalism right now. I'm calling them right now, and I'm telling them I'm not gonna put up with their shit anymore. I will survive. You know, if for no other reason than out of spite for those who should be dead. I'm a beautiful person, and I'm worthy of love and support. Oh no. I love this music so much. Given time to repair, I'm unstoppable like Batman. I'm like Batman. I'm an artist, and my voice is unique and worth sharing. I'm extremely fuckable. Does anybody want to? No. I like who I am, and to my haters, eat shit and die. Eat shit and die. Eat shit and die. Thank you. Thank you for participation. Oops. There we go. What's up, Stormy? Do you want lap? You can have lap. You want lap? Come here. Lap. Stormy, I do need to put my keyboard there at some point. You can't just gargoyle all day. Do you want lap, baby? I love you. I love you, Stormy. Honestly, I might not be able to keep this music on because it's so distracting. Because it's like, I love it so much. Oh, wait a minute. Is the AC on? Oh, I hope it is. All right. Let's get some stuff started, shall we? All right, let's get that started and then get the stream avatars up. Okay. Okay, here we go. Choo. Sorry I had to kick the dogs out of the room because death farts. Yeah, that'll happen. That will happen. Okay. Is there anything I'm missing here? Not really. Are you done gargoyling? You don't want lap? Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Do you want in the bed? Okay. Stormy, did you fart? Did you fart? Ah, God, I wish you guys wouldn't use this as a launching pad. It's not for that. Yeah, I can't. It's too distracting. Okay. We'll start the Spirit City music. I may change it depending on what we're working on here. So actually, so writing lore for Extant Worlds, not right now, maybe later. Because Mooney did get back to me. And said that she enjoyed what I had written so far for her. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this lore piece that I've written for her. We're going to zhuzh it up a little bit. Get that Mooney slide going. Oh yeah, can I get my keyboard up? Whip. There we go. You know, it's funny. Oh, God. Deepest, bluest, my hat is like a shark's fin, man-made terror.
Avery Knight just followed. My hat is like a shark's fin.
My hat is like a shark's fin. Thank you so much for the follow, Avery Knight. I know that name. You know that name. CDTV, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Hello, hello. How you doing? Happy Velvers. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I'd already followed you. Wait a minute. I know what happened. Is it still doing the thing? No? Okay. It appears to be working now. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, so for like a week or two, I couldn't follow people in LibreWolf. Because I use LibreWolf because it's lighter weight and more privacy minded than Firefox. And I couldn't follow people on Twitch, and I couldn't get notifications, so I couldn't like do stream together properly. It was kind of a pain in the ass. That appears to be over now, so hopefully it stays over. Sips. Oh, don't you worry. I've already drank, let's see, about 30 ounces of water today, but it's still not enough. It's still not enough. It's never enough. What I was going to say, the cat cam is just sitting there useless because the babies are upstairs and Shadow sleeps on the tree all day when the babies are upstairs, but I have no way to get the camera on him. So I might just try to set it up as like a hand cam or something for the keyboard. I don't know. Good, you're doing okay. It's good. Looks like you were playing some Elden Ring. It's awesome. I'm a fan of Elden Ring myself. In fact, in our stream playthrough, I just beat, excuse me, I just beat Godric, the first big boss. Long Elden Ring. Heckin' Warhammer minis later. Ooh. Love that. Love that. But yeah, I'm gonna try. I also wrote a couple of like really dark, kind of visceral poems a couple nights ago. And I might share those with you guys and kind of workshop them a little bit because they're pretty rough. Basically, the way I write poems is when I'm listening to music and I have an emotional moment that I need to like, I feel like I can't process unless I do something with it. Sometimes I will write a poem, and the way I do that is I will start with the first line that just sort of came to me first, and then build a stanza from there, and then try to repeat that stanza as many times as I still feel like the idea has legs, if that makes sense. Like that's like, I don't go into writing poems with a plan. I just say like what comes out, and then I try to match that rhythm as well as I can. Or if I do a second kind of stanza afterwards, I try to establish that pattern and go from there. I'm bad at them though. Hey, Avery, I have a secret for you. Are you ready? Everyone's bad at them. Everyone's bad at them. Everyone's bad at poems. Because poems are like so deeply personal and so subjective. I've seen poems that are very famous and other people love very much and I think are stupid and don't affect me at all. And I've seen some really dumb, like, you know, and I've seen poems that are, you know, not good, but they just, something about them just hit me right and made me cry, you know? So it's like, it's very, maybe the most subjective, like, text art form. You know what I mean? So deeply subjective. It really is like painting in a certain sense of like, if you look at it and you get an emotional reaction, like the range is going to vary so wildly as to whether, you know, someone's going to like it or not. So like, I've never shared my poetry really because I don't care if people like it. And it's not polished enough to, I don't think it's like polished enough to do well in any kind of journal or anything. So I don't know. It's just for me. Poems used to scare my teachers. Good. Good. Okay, hold on. Let me grab the camera. Let's see if I can set up some kind of face cam. No, not face cam. hand, not face cam. Only problem is I don't have like... Ooh, can't use that. Okay, I won't be using the mouse as much as time. Talking Goat face hole. I mean, you can see my face hole all you want on the Discord and Blue Sky. I don't mind people seeing my face. Here we go. What do you think? My hands. But yeah, Avery, Mooniactius. Oh god. That's fair, actually. That's fair. But I'll stretch. Mooniactius is actually, so she's a friend of mine, but she also was added to the stream team very recently. So she's also a monster girl. I believe y'all were inducted in the same class a couple of weeks ago. Yes, yeah. Stretch to hand. Oh, you want hands? Okay. So good hand stretches if you take your hand and like, so go flat like this, and then like take your other hand and sort of gently curl it under with your forearm still straight. Just gently until you feel like a light pressure and stretching. You do not want to pull too hard, but just like very gently. Do that and then kind of go the other way. Just very gently. And it's a good wrist stretch to just kind of go like this and then I will do actual stretches too. I also have to pee, so I'll be right back. 1 second. Carpal tunnel stretches suck, but are needed. For sure. I didn't get a shiny? God damn it. At least I caught it. Threw an Ultra Terrorist Ball for nothing. For nothing. It did nothing. I feel like I need different music to really get into the mode for this. But what's like, I don't have like, I don't know, cemetery music that isn't goth music? What would be good music for writing Mooney's lore? I don't know. Also, you made it through the ads, Zeusafrus! Horror movie background themes. You know, that's funny because that's what I usually listen to. That's what we usually listen to on stream is the Halloween playlist. It's like very similar to that. The lurkies in support. Wait, what? Huh? Do you do arts? No. I do not do visual art of any kind. I am a writer and voice person ish. Mostly writer. I kind of tried getting into art on stream a bit ago, but it just felt like, I don't know. With having zero experience and having to like truly start from scratch was I don't think it's worked super well for my brain for streaming, but I may try again someday. Who knows? Biggest in brain. Well, I don't know about that. Biggest, maybe. Smartest? No. Okay, I haven't actually read this in like a week because I've been waiting, or I've been, it's been a reasonable turnaround. I don't want to make it sound like I was waiting, but I wasn't, I haven't updated this one in a week, so. Oh, I know what's wrong. 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 There we go. I had not taken my Adderall. I was thinking to myself, why am I having such a hard time getting into like some kind of mental mode to get to writing? Because I didn't take my Adderall. Now I've taken it. Hi, doll. Happy anniversary, Stinky. Okay. Stinky, huh? By the way, you guys like my Azuri Renegade Leader playmat? Huh? What do you think? You heard me. Well, thank you for your 19th prayer to the goat anyway. Even if you're going to be so mean to me that you would say such things. Unbelievable, by the way. Now, okay, now is it redundant to have the keyboard on screen? Like, do I need that? What do you guys think? Is that too much now? If I have a hand cam? I don't need the screen, or the keyboard really, right? Actually, this was better further back. Is this a good... I don't know how hand cams work. Is this good? Do people like... Is this... What do we think? Is that too close? Too far? It's too like... Maybe it's too low? Maybe I should... Yeah, that's probably good, right? Oh, Mick is missing it. Mick's also really enjoys my hands. So, that's terrible that she's missing out. Just me lovingly bullying you. Well, all right. I would never do such a thing to anyone that I care about. That's not how I show love. I've never gently bullied anyone in my life. Certainly not my wife. Or any of my best friends. Move the crowd control thing. Yeah. God. Truly a shame how much I messed up my voice this morning by crying and then drinking water wrong. Like, come on, man. Come on. I didn't know you played Magic. I used to. I really don't as much anymore because Magic sucks now. And the game is weird and anyway. But yeah, drafting Magic, like limited Magic, was a big part of my life for several years, and I loved it very much. But and like older sets, I can still do it, I think, but the newer sets, the way the games go makes me so angry. Like literally like so angry. That I can't I'll put it to you this way. I don't have anger issues unless it comes to specifically, for some reason, specifically limited Magic. For some reason, that like that is so triggering for me that I think it's like an autism thing. Like the anger is so beyond my control and frankly uncomfortable to be around that it's not cool. So I don't do it anymore. Plus, again, it sucks. I mean, look, one of my favorite streamers who I've been watching off and on for a decade almost, Numot the Nummy. He has been doing everything he can to play less Magic the Gathering for the last like couple of years, but really in the last year. Like when there's a cube up, he'll play the fuck out of a cube, which is what he's doing right now. And he'll do like the new sets for a couple of days, but in general, he's been doing mostly like Diablo and Pokemon streams because Magic is just so shitty now that it's just not fun to like do anymore. So more of a Yu-Gi-Oh girly yourself? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, it's a fun game, but I struggle with, and I do think this is an autistic thing, I struggle when I feel like things are unfair. And I also struggle when I feel stupid. So it's a game that has a massive capacity to make me feel stupid from things that are unfair happening. And that combination just makes me go absolutely apeshit. Got something to say about Yu-Gi-Oh? Not really. I don't actually know anything about it. The show seems fine. I don't know. And I don't know anything else. I wonder if having the keyboard there is redundant. You guys can tell me. I don't know. Okay, so basically we're just waiting for this Adderall to kick in. Which may not be for like another 20 minutes or so. So let's start by reading what we've written so far. And go from there, okay? So we're at the point, by the way, where this is the tone pass / penultimate draft kind of moment. Because I've been working really hard on this. Probably, some would say unnecessarily hard for something that I volunteered to do for a friend and is not like a professional job or anything. But, you know, it's for a friend. I want it to be good. So, You can do it. Thank you. The infinitesimal fluttering. Sorry, the infinitesimal flutters of dreaming eyes. Should that be fluttering? Should that be the gerund? No. The infinitesimal flutters of dreaming eyes sent dust motes adrift in the moonlight. Two dancers, alike in form and substance, waltzed together within her. Trails of watercolor memories swirled behind them as they moved. So I'm already editing. Trails of watercolor memories swirled behind them as they... Now dancers might be redundant because I already said dancers, so if I say they moved. Sorry for bullying you earlier. Why? What? No. I was kidding. I'm so fine. I was kidding about being offended. You're fine, I promise you. Flowed. No, it's fine. What I need to do is not question every single little word. I just need to read through it and then get back in the mode. Trails of watercolor memories swirled behind them as they moved. Another life, true love, music, silence, reverence, bitterness, laughing children, and the grinning dead. Flowers rooted in flesh and stone began to unfurl slowly in the waxing moonlight. Thank you, Pixie Destruction, for the care package. Thank you. All right. I'll drink some more water. Oi. All right. Stretch. You know, I'm gonna grab the... Okay, hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. I was just yelling a bunch at the mic and it wasn't on. So that's exciting. Not yelling. I was saying sorry for taking a break. I had to run up and grab the massager. Okay. So I hate this line right here. I hate that. There we go. I'm finding a couple of typos here and there that I'm pretty sure were cats stepping on my fucking keyboard. Flowers rooted in flesh and stone began to unfurl slowly in the waxing moonlight. The dreamer stirred. A cemetery asserted itself where it should never have been. A wild place, a place for other things. Yet there it was, guided quietly into place. Place. Too many places. Don't need those words. Guided quietly by the dreams of its guardian, for but a crucial moment in the life of a dying soldier. The cemetery sighed, a susurrus of swaying tree boughs and vine leaves as it shook itself awake. Oh, there it is. Hold on. There it is. Now the Adderall's kicking in a little bit. Yep, there it is. I put my glasses on my brain. Got my brain glasses on. Also, autistic social stuff is so stressful sometimes. I'm sorry, I saw you say that and then didn't say anything about it. I don't know why. Okay. It just doesn't feel as strong as some of the later stuff. Like, I like the imagery. I don't like this list. I don't like lists of stuff. In a story, generally. I think I could lose. Oh, fuck. Come on, man. I got sleep last night. Fuck off. Don't think I need... Another life, true love, music, silence, and the grinning dad. I think I can take out all three of the, like, reverence, bitterness, laughing children, and the grinning dad. Maybe just the children bit. What if I just take that out? Another life. Another life, true love, music, silence, reverence, bitterness, and the grinning dad. That's not as cumbersome. Okay, now the soldier portion. Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off! Stop yawning, bitch. Stop. I got almost 8 hours of sleep. What the fuck? Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you. Thank you for your 75 stream streak, Travis. Hey, buddy. Thank you. And your 64th prayer to the goat. Love to see it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Show homie how it go. It go. We're doing a style pass slash like tone pass for the lore for Mooney. And then we'll, you know, see where we go from there. Oh yeah, I forgot the damn timer. I'm so bad at streaming. Why is the timer gone? Did it just die? Why did it die? Let's do 30 minutes. I did 25. Always feels weird. It's finito. Yeah, the rough is done, and I already did like a second rough, so we're cleaning things up, working on consistency of tone. There's a section near the end I'm not a huge fan of because again it feels like a bit of a list of things rather than continuation of a story. So okay, coagulating blood gathered in wet little mounds on his sweating skin, failing to fully stop the bleeding. The soldier stumbled forward, clumsily swinging his chipped sword through vine and bush. He was lost. Was that self-deprecation I just heard say nice to... No. Was it? About the story? What did I say? Three nice things about myself. I got big feet. I'm bald by choice, and I can wiggle my ears on command. So bad at streaming. Well, I'm not great at it. What the fuck? The timer just dies every time I... It's so weird. It didn't used to do that. Is it when I minimize it? Yeah, when I minimize it, it just goes away. Yeah, it's just gone. That's so weird. If I just click out of it, is that fine? Yeah. Okay, weird. Anywho. Progress. Progress, yes. What the fuck? What the fuck is that emote? What are either of those emotes? Travis? Why did you say sweet progress and then send two emotes of people jerking off? Why have you done this? Good cat dad, you're good with words, and you're a silly Billy goat. I sure am. I am that. God damn it, now I have to pee again. Fucking hell. Hey, and Mayor P, thank you for your 101st prayer to the goat. I gotta pee. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Sorry, I got excited. Why? Like, it's just, I guess I gave you the benefit of the doubt at first, and then I noticed the first emote was weird, and then I realized what the other emote was. You know, there's just... Space! Space! Welcome back. Thank you. Love my weird little emotes. Those are weird. Congratulations on that. Oh no, what is this? Well, 2 out of 3 weird emotes have been Veil so far. So... yeah, that makes sense. Checks out. Yeah. Yeah, checks out. Okay. Ha! Coagulating blood gathered in wet little mounds on his sweating skin. Instead of wet little, just say wet mounds. Little sounds less serious. Bondi Moon, Bondi Moon, Bondi Moon. Thank you. Put on some anime to get me through the rest of my shift. I'll check back in a little later. No worries, doll. Thank you so much. Have a good shift. Wet little mounds sounds sexually charged. I mean, yeah, a lot of things taken out of context sound weird. There's nothing I can do about that. Okay. He was lost. He had sought shelter, oh god, from the heat of the morning, and his pursuers, ow, in the trees. Somehow both ow! You defined him. Oi! In fact, it was even hotter here amongst them. Oi! Wretched sunlight still... oh my god, Bondi. Who gave you all these points? Who... What madman allowed you to have that many channel points, huh? There, hydrate. Thank you. Another Veil emote. A lot of Veil emotes this morning. Okay, in fact, it was even hotter here amongst the undergrowth. The wretched sunlight still burned his skin through the thin cover of the canopy as he walked. The wetness of the air left no room to cool himself, and he worried that he would die from heat before he died of his injuries. The weight of his cuirass had become unbearable, trapping the already heinous heat. I don't want to say heat. The already suffocating warmth? Let's say that. Within, he tore at the buckles on his shoulders, suddenly panicking and having waited too long to loosen them. Canonically, my third butt cheek. Well, I bet that provides some extra stability when you're sitting. His helmet and gauntlets were already lost in the brush far behind him, along with his sabatons and greaves. Pieces of himself, obtained at unimaginable cost, left to rot amongst the fallen leaves. The chest piece, let's say his chest piece. No, the chest piece came away, clattering on loose twigs and rocks as it fell. It brought little relief, but enough to keep going, so he pressed on. Weariness caught up to him once again as the sun passed. See, I'm pretty happy with this section overall. I don't think there's much to change here. Because it's more straightforward. Like, I'm not trying to do as much with this bit, so it's not as necessary. You know what? Maybe I can put this little guy. Because I've got this little guy. I can put him over here now. So he's on screen a little bit. My little moth friend. Why does it look so wonky? They were trying to pose him. It doesn't work so good. He's not really a posable figure. Boop, it just goes right back. Boop. Okay, maybe he'll just hang out here. In the background. In the shadows. It's not even, you can't even tell what it is. Anyway. Weariness caught up to him once again as the sun passed its zenith above. Craving rest, he leaned heavily against a thick tree trunk. Ragged breaths caught in his throat as he wiped sweat and blood from his face. The head of the arrow that had pierced his back was still deep within. The pain was searing, but lessened by a gauze of exhaustion. He knew it would only get worse until it eventually overtook his mind and made him mad. If he lived that long. A rattling sigh escaped his chapped lips as the stillness of sudden sleep enveloped him, his body propped against the tree. His body still propped against... No, stillness of sudden sleep enveloped him, his body... I guess I don't need a qualifier there. Propped against the tree. Thank you for the lurk, Kaneko-chan. Have good workings.
Spice.
The
one place capitalism can find me, Spurs.
And thank you for your 58th prayer to the goat. Okay. An imposter. So that is the point where he dies, right? That is the... I don't say it, but I pretty much say it. He dies, leaning against the tree, and then sort of the nature of Mooney's ghoulies is, it's not entirely clear. So we're gonna leave it a little murky as to when he dies exactly, or like if he dies exactly, or how that works. But it's also unclear like exactly how she's feeding on them to sustain herself. Which is why I added the bit about the thread and using it to like stitch herself back together with the flowers. Because I just wanted her to eat them. Like my idea was she literally just eats their bodies. Like a fucking demon. That's a bit dark. Not exactly in the spirit of Mooney's whole thing. So he dies, right? I think that's pretty clear. Like he's thinking, oh man, if I live that long. Because this is kind of his internal narration, sort of, but it's also a third person omniscient. I think the rattling sigh should be enough, right? Everybody knows what a death rattle is. He's talking about falling asleep, bleeding heavily, sweating, talking about dying constantly, leans against a tree, passes out, and then suddenly, an impossibly cool breeze brushed past, sending a wash of relief through him. Hi, Shadow. How you doing? Welcome in. Hi, welcome in. He shivered, but not from the cold. The breeze carried with it the unmistakable smells of lavender and rot. And rot. A weak, whispering voice somewhere far beneath the agony. Still, you know what? This is actually not super clear. Oh, no, it is. Oh my god, that's a hand cam. Yes, look at my hands. My big man hands. You can see my tattoo. Yeah. Actually, it would be nice to have something to twirl. I do that a lot when I'm thinking. Okay. A weak, whispering voice somewhere far beneath the agony, still racking his wounded form, warned him of danger, but he could not hear it. I guess, should he still be in pain? If he's dead? Oh, happy anniversary, thank you. Sorry for ads. That's really poor timing. Sorry for ads, everybody. I'll say thank you again when they come back. I'll change that to wind and possibly cool. No, let's say breeze then wind. Breeze. Wind. Do whispering form or weak whispering voice somewhere far beneath the agony. I guess should he? Yeah, it's way too baked in that he's still in pain. I can't change that now. That would be way too much work. And also, it's fine. She brings some comfort, not the, you know. Because the physical pain kind of stands in for the emotional, like, stuff he would be going through, but there's no dialogue in this whole piece, so it's gotta be externalized. Alright, there we go. I shall be lurking. I have a lot to do today. No worries. Thank you so much, Shadow, for the lurk and for enjoying the hand cam. Also, welcome in Jucifer Aria. Thank you for your 8th prayer to the goat, the Ocho. And Aware NPC1, thank you for your 184th prayer to that goddamn goat. Absolute craziness. Thank you. And also for your 3-stream streak, Shadow, and Aware for saying happy anniversary. Thank you so much. Preesh. Okay. So an impossibly cool breeze brushed past, sending a wash of relief through him. He shivered, but not from the cold. The wind carried with it the unmistakable smells of lavender and rot. A weak, whispering voice somewhere far beneath the agony still racking his wounded form warned him of danger, but he could not hear it. He wiped a fresh sheen of sweat from his eyes and for the first time noticed a small path to his right. The soil was much darker and littered with pebbles, incongruous with the forest that threatened to engulf him. Happy affiliate anniversary. Yeah, I had no idea until I opened Twitch up and it was like, you should say happy anniversary to yourself. And I went, oh. All right. I guess I should write this down somewhere. That it's my affiliate anniversary on April 17th. And April 13th is a different anniversary for me. Hi. Hey, Scarlett. Thank you for your 75th prayer to the goat. Appreciate it. All right. After only a moment's hesitation, he pitched forward and used his weight to stumble towards the path, quickly coming upon a wrought iron gate set in a stone fence. Oi! It stood half again as tall as he. Shouldn't it be he? It stood half again as tall as him. I think either would work. It seemingly disappeared into the trees onto his right and left. It was dark within, too dark. But that cool breeze beckoned him forward with wisps and whispers, cruelly teasing promises of relief. Against all instinct and reason, he plodded forward. Blood fell freely from his poorly staunched wounds. He reached the threshold of the gate and gazed within, a cemetery. He chuckled mirthlessly and blood dripped from his chin. So do I need to say blood drips from him twice in 3 sentences? Sharks in the water. It seems a bit repetitive. I mean, blood fell freely from his poorly staunched wounds. Well, then obviously it's... I don't know. Is that nitpicky? Here, I might move it to the end of the paragraph. Okay. So if I do... Plodded forward, reached the threshold, gazed within. He chuckled mirthlessly and blood dripped from his chin. Air within was damp, smelling lightly of sea salt and lavender. He swore he heard crashing space in the distance. A half smirk crept along his flaking lips as he willed himself to step inside. Comma, blood falling freely from his poorly staunched wounds. So it's slightly less repetitive, because that's now like 2.5 sentences later. He's bleeding a lot, that's the point. Space, boways in space. Boways in space. What you doing out there, man? That's pretty freaky, Bowie. Does anybody know I can't do that right now. Whoa! Whoa! Yo! Thank you for the whoa-ho. Whoa-ho? Thanks for the whoa-ho. Yeah, I stand by that. Stretchful again? God damn it. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. And a full care package. Okay. All right. All right. One second. Oh! Cut it out. How dare ye? How dare ye? Good boy. How dare ye? Okay. Hydrate. I drank the water, but there were sharks in the water. Sharks in the water. Posture check is fair. I gotta get rid of this. There we go. That's better. I'll stretch my neck. Fucking neck is killing me, dude. What the hell, brah? Okay. Ah. Half smirk crept along his flaky lips as he willed himself to step inside, blood falling freely from his poorly staunched wounds. A slim chance was better than no chance at all. His boot made landfall just within the gate, and day turned instantly to night. Okay, so that is the first, like, 700 words. I think his section is basically fine. I don't think, like, there's nothing to add, really. I don't think there's anything that would, like, materially improve the piece, you know? So, these are my favorite pens in the world. The Uniball Vision Elite pens, and they come in lovely colors. They're my favorite pens in the world, but they're not balanced very well for spinning because the cap is too heavy compared to the rest of the body. So it's so top heavy, it just goes flying every time. Meanwhile, something like this is a little, you know, more balanced. Always tough having a nice pen you can't spin, right? It might be... You know what? I think I may have sort of mixed my metaphor up, like muddied my metaphor a bit here in the beginning. Because I'm saying everything about Mooney, like fluttering eyes and the dream and then stirring, and then I just kind of switched to talking about the cemetery, which will be fine. And then, but then I say the cemetery side and sort of personify that. But the cemetery, I've never personified the cemetery in this, except for like right at the end. I said something about, I know it works, but it's not perfect. It's a little muddy. Happy Villa anniversary. Thank you, Edmure. Appreciate it. the bongos and the uppies, your those two emotes of yours are so cute. They are so cute. Yeah, but again, I don't really use timers. It's just like, yeah, uppies. Yeah, that's it. Those two are my favorite. The please is cute as well, but the bongo and uppies are so cute. Just random check-in. I hope everybody's having a good day out there. My voice is finally warming up a bit after 90 minutes of talking. I like my uppies being like, I showed you my beans, please respond. Yeah. Alright, so now we're coming to the most troublesome part of this whole exercise. So, the dreamer awakened. Eyes painted with a cloudy, moonlit night sky fluttered open as the soldier crossed the boundary of her domain. I hate that. I don't like that. But it's so fucking hard to describe eyes like this without just saying what they are. I may just have to say what they are. Like if I say, like I might just have to say black scleras, like, because her eyes are black sclera, pupil is cloudy sky, and then iris is the cloudy sky, and then the pupil is the moon. How the fuck do you describe that without just saying those things? I don't know. I'm really struggling with that. I've rewritten this line like 15 times. Eyes. Because I can't say reflecting because that's not accurate because it's in the eyes. You can see in the slideshow of images right there. You see that? See the eye is like the pupil is the moon. Maybe I could say... I don't know. I don't know. It's so fucking awkward. How do I just... Refracting because it looks kind of like a gem. No, because it's not that they are those are in her eyes. Like her pupils are like lit up moons. The irises are the night sky with clouds, and the scleras are black. And it's like, can I break this up a little bit, or should I just say it? I don't want to say it right at the beginning of this more sort of poetical kind of section, because that would be awkward to just be like, her eyes are this, this, and this. Anyway, moving on. Okay. Like, painted is good just as like a flowery kind of thing to say, but because I said painted because it's like, again, how do you describe? So even if I didn't write, just write. So, no, okay. So, Like, if it were someone else looking at her eyes, you could pretty much just lay it out there that, like, oh, the, you know, protagonist or whoever looked in her eyes and realized they were full of full of the cloudy, moonlit night sky. Clouds rested just below her pupils, and, you know, her pupils, which were reminiscent of a full moon. You know, you can just say shit, but when I'm trying to artfully describe someone from the third-person narrator perspective, it's harder. It's because, I don't know. It's like she already knows that. No one's discovering this. Maybe I can kind of mix it. I have to pee again. God damn it. Alright, I'm back. You know, this only happens to me when I drink, like, a ton of water. By the way. Because Crypt can attest. I have, you know, I can sit through, like, a 10-hour flight. And only have to get up to go to the bathroom a couple of times? Handful of times? Because I'm very careful about, like, how much, you gotta stay, you know, alive, but you don't need to be drinking a ton of water. Okay. Maybe I can break up the description so that he looks in her. By the way, I'm eating bread. I'm just eating bread and some zero sugar Pepsi Max. Oh, sponsored by #sponsored by bread. No, I can't. That's right, I thought about doing this before, but I can't because it never goes back to his perspective. It's always her perspective. How does someone describe their own eyes? Maybe she looks at a reflection of something? Okay, yeah, okay, hold on. Okay, that could work. What if she looks at a reflection and talks about what her eyes used to look like? Versus what they look like now. So maybe I can just leave this as eyes painted with a cloudy moonlit night sky, fluttered open as the soldier crossed the boundary of her domain, and then later I could clarify? Maybe I'm overthinking this and it's fine. Maybe it's just fine and I don't need to be doing any of this. That is certainly plausible. Nah. You know, it's funny, the community game I was sort of, I don't know, I like collecting, I like hoarding stuff. And I have at least one of every kind of Pokeball, I believe. And some of them I have a fuckload of them. I have 61 Sun Balls, 65 Repeat Balls, 68 Quick Balls, 86 Premier Balls. Like 50 of a bunch of other ones. It's just wild. It's so many. But none of them really matter because I have $1 million and 32 Ultra Balls. And the Ultra Balls don't have any, like, qualifiers. It's just the best catch rate without any. Now, the timer ball is the best one, but you have to know exactly when to throw it. So, you know. Okay, I'm down to a mere $1,020,000 and I have 72 Ultra Balls. It's just it's too much. I have too much stuff. It's crazy. I can't even say eyes painted the color of, because that's not accurate either. Because it's not a color, it's a full-blown scene. You know? So, like... I don't have to describe every little molecule of her being. And it is already being described to a certain extent, so, like, you know... Hey, Az, what's up, buddy? How's your Iron Fist?
Burp.
Excuse me. I'm trying out a hand cam today, because the cats are not being cooperative for cat cam, so we're trying something new. How you doing, buddy? Thank you for your 141st prayer to the goat. Okay, I think I did just need some food because I'm like feeling so much better. Having just eaten a single slice of bread and taking some sips of Pepsi, I feel so much better. I was starting to feel really shitty. Okay, so you know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm not gonna critique anything else on this. I might underline something as I go if I hate it, but I'm just gonna read it. Let's just read it. You know, let's just fucking read it. Let's fucking read it.
I'm gonna read it in this voice. The dreamer awakened, eyes painted by the cloudy moonlit night sky. Brrr.
Drove an hour into the place. I'll be house sitting for the week, setting up my stuff currently. Oh man. I would love to do house sitting. That'd be fun. Just to like be in somebody else's space for a few days and kind of soak in their whole vibe. Could be interesting. Okay, the gnawing hunger that comes after a long sleep pulled at her. She rose from her place of rest, the vines snapping free of her flesh, leaving behind blackened trails on her pale skin. That is awkward. I'm just going to underline it and move on. Small clumps of moist topsoil fell from porcelain limbs like chunks of chocolate cake. Chunks of fresh chocolate cake. Fuzzy lavender colored antennae twitched atop her head, assessing her surroundings. She yawned, her violet lips pulling back to reveal terrible fangs that glistened in the moonlight. The missing slices of her still connected arm and leg were adorned with flowers as if to staunch wounds that could not bleed. I do think that is the best we could have done with that. I'm okay with that. Their pale lavender petals swayed. Now that's confusing because it sounds like I'm referring to the wounds. And I can't say there. So I'm just going to underline that. House dog sitting, take care of 3 doodles. Ah, right on, right on. Yeah, I think I'd definitely be good at it. I think I'd have fun with that. Damn. Thanks for your 135 stream, buddy. Thank you. Oh, yeah. I may or may not be doing a collab stream, not tonight, but next Friday night with somebody from the Monster Girls team. They posted something in collabs and I responded, but they haven't gotten back to me yet, so I don't know yet. By the way, that is going to kind of be the rhythm now, gang. Collab streams will be for evenings and weekends for the most part, unless there's like some special thing we're going to do during the day. So if you like these productivity streams, get excited, because there's going to be a lot of this shit. And I know, well, as I know, you'll do a lovely job taking care of those doodles. The poodly doodlies. I'm so glad I have the gate set up properly on my mic, so that for the most part you guys can't hear me chewing. I'm so glad. I don't have a lot of good audio setup stuff, but I did do that. Okay. Okay, we're just underlining stuff. Can't you comment on stuff in Scrivener or no? No. That's fine. Steph wants to got a lurk? No worries, buddy. Untangle those wires, but don't let NMRP near them. She'll chew them up. Wounds that could not bleed. Their pale lavender petals swayed with the wind as she stretched her long dancer's limbs. Dust, along with a small family of spiders, tumbled from the silken locks of purple and black hair that draped down to her waist. A torn, wispy black dress was draped. Draped and draped. Okay, we gotta underline those. Black-haired drapes, a torn, wispy black dress could flow down her body? The point of this sentence is to imply that she's a real hottie with a sweet bod, and the dress is barely covering any of it. But, you know, we don't want to be crass. A torn, wispy black dress. I'm gonna say flowed. I like flowed. Torn, wispy black dress flowed down her body. It's already descriptive enough. We don't need a million adjectives. A torn, wispy black dress flowed down her body like a sheet loosely covering a beloved sculpture. I think that pretty clearly implies that she's hot, right? Like, come on. A black dress flowing down her body like a sheet covering a sculpture. Cunty. It fluttered easily with the breeze, but she cared not. Modesty was a consideration for the living. The new arrival stumbled against a half-hanging wrought iron fence and with it to the ground? And fell with it to the ground. I just missed that. A sinful metallic clattering ringing out in the quiet. I'm going to clarify sinful by saying in the sacred quiet. The transgression of noisome lumbering in the sacred... Damn it, I already said that later. We'll share the later. Okay, do that. Every time I have a good idea, I already did it, but not as good. Okay. This whole text will be available in the Discord, by the way, once I have finalized it. I will put it in... I don't know where to put it, though, because... it's, like, really awkward to post anything that's a lot of text in Discord. Like, I guess I could put it in Goat's Masterworks and as a post and or no, I could just I'll just do like I did with the McSalsa X Reaper Leviathan. I'll just make it a PDF. That makes sense, actually. Derp. Okay. Can you tell I'm waking up a little bit now? Because I'm losing my fucking gourd, man. Where's my pumpkin? I don't know. I lost my gourd. It doesn't need to be underlined anymore because I fixed that. By the way, it's so funny. I messaged Mooney last night. I was like, it's so corporate work check-in, but like I like giving someone a list of things I'm going to do in the immediate future as an accountability measure. So like what I sent her was very professional. It's like, next pass I will work on consistency of the dreamlike tone and word choice as well as smoothing out the sections near the end that feel a bit like a list of things. I will also work on working in more tactile moments that focus on the senses to make it feel more grounded and relatable. Which is true, that is what I'm doing. I like providing an itinerary, you know, because in my mind, she is the client. I'm doing this for free and it's volunteer. She didn't ask me to do this, but even so, I want this to be as professional as possible, you know? I want it to be so good that other people want me to write stuff for their lore so that, you know, I can get more practice. I wouldn't charge anybody for this, but it's excellent practice. Should also write my own lore, but you know, what are you gonna do? Anyway. Okay, boop, bop, 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 beep, bop, boop, bop, beep. Fluttered easy with the breeze. Care not much because they're living. The new arrival stumbled against a half-hanging wrought iron fence and fell with it to the ground. A sinful metallic clattering ringing out in the sacred quiet. The transgression of noisome lumbering in the silence of the burial ground was preemptively forgiven by the ethereal being, consigned to walk its unkempt paths for centuries to come and decades long past. The dreamer towed gently. I'm saying towed gently to imply that she's not wearing shoes without, you know, baiting the gooners. Good, already more professional than most professionals I know. Thank you. Thank you. The dreamer towed gently among the familiar loose cobblestones and overgrowth, silent as the empty sky. A ghost of some deeper turmoil. See, like, this is the part that I like so much, is this part, this kind of middle bit, because that's what I wrote first and it felt the strongest, and I feel like I've been sort of building around that ever since. Again, similar to how I write poems, like I write it and it's so strong, like one thing, but then I have to do the rest of the poem too. It's like not as strong. We will take a break after we finish this pass and go through the poems that I wrote the other day. They are very dark and violent, by the way, just so you know. Trigger warning gore for the poems. A ghost of some deeper turmoil whispered across her face, scarcely visible in the pale light of the weeping hour. It went unnoticed by the half-lidded eyes of the traveler. I think based on Mooney's feedback that we're focusing more on her reluctance and like turmoil, sort of based on remembering her past life more than being upset at what she's doing now, if that makes sense. So I might change a couple things here. He lay on the path, body strewn over worn stonework and loose earth. Cobbles and overgrowth. It's fine. Deeply uncomfortable, but unable to heave himself from the ground. You know, I don't think we need to clarify that he's deeply uncomfortable. That's pretty clear. He fell down over a fence, he's bleeding profusely, and his body is strewn over worn stonework and loose earth. He's not having a good time, okay? Yeah, unable to heave himself from the ground, pain echoed lazily through him as he lay. Limbs akimbo, fears drifted numbly in and out of thought, fears that he was terribly injured. Oh, okay, hold on. So I do go into his perspective a little bit here. So I could conceivably pop in to describe her eyes again as he, like, kind of goes in and out of consciousness. Maybe here when he groans after she picks him up. You know what? That's not the worst idea. Let me just put something here. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. You know, after working on something this, like, persnickety, I kind of want to just, like, bang some stupid shit out and write some silly stuff. Oh no! 5 active players are needed who haven't received a gift. Oh no, it's sorry. It's a little quiet today. I don't think we have 5 active players at the moment. Sorry. That does remind me. I do have a shitload of gifts, actually. I've got 12 presents and 6 rare presents. Oh god. Too much. Too much stuff. How you doing, Catch-23? I like your name. It's cute. I still never read that book. I really should. Okay. Pain echoed lazily through him as he lay, limbs akimbo. Fears drifted numbly in and out of thought. Fears that he was terribly injured, that he would never move again. And die in this very spot. It's a little redundant, but it's fine. He groaned, pink spittle dribbling over the dusty stone. I can't help but throw in some, like, nasty deets, you know? You doing alright? Well, I'm glad to hear that. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you, Chaos Biblical. I appreciate that. How are you doing today? We're doing some writing. Your EP? Are you winning, son? I think so. Oh, you do stream as well. I'm sorry I never followed you back. Or maybe I did follow you back, but it was when Twitch was so fucked up on... Well, anyway. I'm following you now. Poke Buddy starter egg. Oh wait, shit. Do I have an egg equipped? Oh no. Do I not? I've kind of forgotten how to do that, actually. I have a lot of eggs. 3 battle eggs, 2 starter eggs, and a baby egg. Oh. Baby egg is shiny. Starter egg. Traded. Oh, you have to trade. Sparkling egg. Caught 3 with Premier, Luxury, or Cherish balls. Oh, okay, I tell you what. Let's put that on. And then use Premier balls for a while. That'll be good. Finder's wondering where I know you from, because I saw you in my following list. Your title was affiliate interest. I would pop in and say hi. You know, I get around. I don't know. Do you follow Tis Nautilus or Mooney Actius or Asunariru? People or Azrael's Hand? People I collab with a lot. Following since August 8th. Oh, so that was a while ago. Yeah, I might have just caught you from a DBD stream a while back. Don't think I've heard of any of those people. Yeah, so it might be that. Well, anyway, I'm glad to have you back, and thank you for the support. The creature observing him allowed a single tear to seep from her inhuman eye. A solitary drop. So allowed. I don't love allowed here. Or do I? Allowed a single tear to seep from her inhuman eye. I don't love the way this sounds. Creature observing him. That almost sounds like I'm talking about someone else. But I think in context, it's pretty clear who I'm talking about. Hatched a Litten. Very nice. I don't know what that is. I actually don't really like Pokemon. Like, I think they're super cute. And I've certainly played the fuck out of my Game Boy cartridge of Red back in the day and caught... I don't know if I caught all of them, but I certainly tried. But I have not really played a modern Pokemon game since then. But also I did stream some of Pokemon Renegade. What was it? Pokemon Renegade Platinum with follow patch. Yeah, I still have that on my computer, so I may stream that at some point. Because I was having a lot of fun with that. Just certain ones are cute. Well, I mean, yeah, they're not all going to be bangers. There's 400 bajillion of them, you know. There's 400 million of them, and, you know, they all have shiny versions and all that shit. Like, it's so many. You know, actually, what I think are cute is the, did anybody play, TCG Card Shop Simulator? Has anybody played that? Because the creatures that they made for their card game in that game are actually pretty cute. And theoretically, the game is playable, or they're working on making it playable as like an actual game. And as far as I know, they didn't use AI for any of their art, as far as I know. Yeah, I kind of like those little guys. I also fucking loved Neopets back in the day. Oh, I was obsessed. Mostly just with like logging in every day to try to maximize my like Neopets coins or whatever, because I loved Flash games so much. Neopets is based as fuck, right? Neopets was the first time I ever saw something from the internet cross over into real life. Like when Neopets came out with merch and stuffies and stuff, I was like, hold on, the internet can be real? That's crazy. That's not, how is that possible? I'm just gonna underline this. I don't love it. I should work on some kind of draft notation. I'm gonna write that down. I should work on some kind of draft notation to be like, underline means I don't love the phrasing. Maybe other stuff means like other things I need to change. Draft notation for reviewing. Underline means one thing. Big quotes. Another, etc. It would be easier if I could just make little like in-text notes on here like you can in like Word or something. Hold up, is that a hat cam? You know it, baby. These are my big meaty paws. Please enjoy. By the way, I guess I technically have two tattoos because I have this one, right? I've had this one for over a decade now. I also have this scar right here. So this scar right there on my knuckle, that black spot is actually like gunk from the underside of a hood on a crashed car, because I was working as an insurance adjuster and I went to this shop and I had to open a hood, and I got the one time I got a little too overzealous and like wasn't paying enough attention and cut like a slice of my knuckle off, and should have just like pulled the loose skin off, but it was bleeding so much that I already like I had to ask the manager to borrow their first aid kit, and I just kind of wrapped it up and had to keep going about my day. And then by the time I unwrapped it and looked at it, I had like trapped the grime from the hood under my skin, so it became like a tattoo like mark, and I fucking hate it. I hate it so much. It bothers me every time I see it. So I'm Shadow, don't use your claws on this chair, buddy. Come on. What are you doing? You know that. Don't do that. What do you want? What are you doing? I think that was the only like real injury I got from when I was in the field. Like I was so careful otherwise, and I just fucked up this one time, you know? No, don't eat that. That's trash. That's trash, baby boy. Shadow, you guys want... Shadow, you want to say hi to the people? Shadow. Come here, buddy. You love being on the desk. Now all of a sudden you don't want to be on the desk? Alright. Ah, thank you for your first prayer to the goat, by the way, Chaos. Looks like it went unanswered. Deeply unfortunate, but, you know, hey. There's always next time. Oh, there he goes. Hey, buddy. This is Shadow. Hi, was that yours? Is that your furniture? Okay, Bubba. What you doing, pal? Okay, a signature to a solitary drop, crystalline dude in the moonlight trailing down the curve of her cheek. Trailing? Trailed. It should be trailed. Oh, there he goes. Hi, Bubba. What you doing, pal? Do you need some love? Don't go back there. That's not a good place for a baby. No, no. Yep, here he is. A shadow. Yeah, look, he's an alien. He's an alien. He loves that. Purr, purr, purr. Don't. He's a baby. He is. Need some time to find the courage. Yeah, I had to work up to it. You're okay. I'm moving the keyboard so you don't smush it with your butt, buddy. Anyway, I've been thinking about ever since getting a hand tattoo to like cover that up, but I can't imagine what I would want. It's such an awkward place, too. Anyway. So I guess we're not typing anything for a minute. Shadow, do you want to keep them company while I stretch a little bit and hit the bathroom? You want to keep him company, baby? He's a good boy.
Who's a good boy? Where's my good boy? Meow, meow, meow.
Yes, yes. He's my baby. Okay, you guys hang with Shadow for a second. I can't type when he's like this. He's very cute. Very cute. But you baby. He's really hamming it up too. He's looking straight in the camera. Yeah, boy. Oh, the sexy hands. Handsome. Handsome. Get it? Hi. Hi, Leo. Hello. How are you, my dear? Oh, oh. Okay, I'm not getting anything done. Cat showed up, I lost my place. Classic goat. Okay, creature absorbing a lot of single tear to see from human. You know what? I think I do need to fix these things as I go because I'm gonna lose like what I didn't like about them. No. That's the basher in me talk. Oh, thank you, Bubba. He's giving me a bath. Thank you, Shadow. Look at this sweet boy. Oh, baby. I love this passage here, but I'm not sure how much sense it still makes. Okay, the crystalline tear drops from her eye. Love you guys. Love you too, Snowbell. Okay, just want to check in before I have stream now. Have a good stream. Have a good stream. Oh, fuck. I forgot to drop lurks for everybody. I used to be so good about that. And then it takes up too much like memory to do it when I've got DBD running, but when I'm just writing, it's fine. So I can drop some lurks. God, I have to pee. Ah, Deborah. Oh, I love. By the way, I found a way. I found a listifications app on Blue Sky that tells me when someone blocks me, and it makes me so happy every single time. I make a lot of posts about how much I hate AI, and I've been getting so many people blocking me the last week or so. God, it makes me so happy. Excuse me. Yeah, Shadow, that's the microphone. Okay, you're gonna go that way? Okay. Thank you. Okay, bye, buddy. All right. Imagine getting tilted for backing a shitty product before moving on with their life. Exactly. Exactly. Well, honestly, the one that kind of blew up was I was just saying like, hey, because I was looking at some websites for where people post, you know, self-published novels and writing and stuff like that. And I noticed a bunch of AI covers. And I said, if you post, like if you are a writer and you use an AI generated cover or art for your story, everyone seeing that has to assume you used it to generate the story too, and you didn't actually write it. Like, how could they not assume that you used it to generate the story when you used it to generate the cover? Why would you taint your hours and hours and hours of work like that? You know what I mean? Like, either don't have art or pay someone like $50 to make a nice cover for you. It's not that fucking hard. And if you can't afford it, don't have it. Sorry. You don't have to have everything all the time. Okay. Honestly, that's part of the reason I'm doing so much writing on stream, because it's like, you know what? Look how hard it is, and look how much time it takes. And that's the point. The point is that it's difficult and it takes a bunch of time. Anyway, I could talk about how much I hate AI for literally hours, so I'm not going to do that. Okay. The creature observing him. Yeah, I'm just going to leave that. Allowed a single tear to seep from her. Inhuman doesn't make sense. Oh, agile. Okay, I'm going to pee. I'll be right back. Never not peeing.
boots and gets in 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 boots and cats. Now I'm wondering if I should make the hand cam bigger. But then it's like gonna take up a bunch of the screen. This might change how I kind of think about this setup, but it's fine for now. You know what? The light actually does need to be higher. What if I just kind of... It's fine. Okay. Alright, I'm going to put on the focus mode sticker, and I'm going to get through the rest of this shit. I'm just going to knock through the rest of this, underline anything that seems funky, and go back through it. And then once we're done with this, and we've fixed all the underlined stuff, then I will put the poems in and see how they sound on a first read, and then we'll come back to this. Okay, sound good? Also, you made it through the ads. Zeusafrus, good job. Okay. Solitary drop crystalline in the moonlight, trailing down the curve of her cheek. She could end his suffering, she knew, and she would. She knew this as well. The thoughts tore at each other in her mind as she watched his body relax from resignation. It was better to help. Yes, better to ease his pain. She was no judge, nor chronicler, nor ferryman. The souls that wound their way to her domain sought the gift of oblivion, and she was the instrument of their peace. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply of the stale air, exhaling the first notes of the Song of Sighs. Stale air? It's not stale, though. I've said multiple times that it's like oceany and lavender and rot, so... She closed her eyes and breathed deeply of the something air. We'll come back to it. The refrain of her wordless song... Wait, did I even say the last part? It breathed deeply of the stale air, exhaling the first notes of a song of sighs. The refrain of her wordless song emanated from her delicate lips, swirling through low-hanging boughs and echoing from mossy obelisks, stirring what little life called her cemetery home. Ah, thank you for the lurk, Isaac. Thank you for the lurkersonly.com. Pale purple pale purple fireflies. Oh, we should have butterflies in here somewhere, actually. Butterflies somewhere? Butterflies are carrion feeders, right? Pale purple fireflies bumbled amiably among the darkened greenery, riding the eddies of the breeze. Beetles and spiders rustled in the grass, eager to bask in the eerie lilt of their mistress's voice. As he whimpered on the ground before her, she gazed ruefully at the missing parts of her. Don't love that. Their absence reminded her again of what she must do, and that the garden must be tended. The ragged hem of her simple dress rumpled to the ground as she knelt down to her new charge, her beloved wretch, her prey. She reached to him with hands blackened from tilling grave dirt, cradling his head and lifting it from the stones. Her third and fourth arms reached out as well, like the ever-seeking limbs of a mantis. One cold, flawless hand patted his head as another pulled the arrow effortlessly from his back. The fresh sting of metal against flesh pulled him from his twilight, a wordless groan rumbling in his throat. Okay, we say effortlessly again here, I'll just highlight that. She lifted him effortlessly into the air like a flower plucked from its stem. He would be dead in moments. She could feel him slipping. I don't think I need the ellipses there. He would be dead in moments. She could feel him slipping as if hanging by grip alone from a cliffside. Fingers would release one by one as his wounds made the rock ever more slick. What remained of his life's blood poured from him, his short breaths bubbling with the too bright blood of a punctured lung. What remained of his life's blood was leaving him. Let's do that. His short breaths bubbling with the too bright blood of a punctured lung. Lines of regret traced the edges of her mouth as she sang the song of the embracing void. Her burden whimpered against her shoulder in helpless confusion. This might be the spot. Okay. Her burden whimpered against her shoulder in helpless confusion, staring up into her moon. Into pupils that shone. As the full shone like the moon itself. I'm just going to throw that in there. We can refine it later. She reminded herself it was better this way. Too many times she had tried to comfort them with words. Her mind flowed, as it often did, through too many aching memories of confused, weeping faces asking questions she bore no answers to. Their end would be the same regardless. No need to trouble them with impotent conversation. Better the song, to lull them to the rest they craved so terribly. See, that's good. That's solid stuff. She gazed at the pale face of the weight she carried, searching for feelings within herself that had long gone cold. Could say something here about, like, how as he passed from consciousness, he looks like a child, like younger, the way people do when they're asleep. Don't know if that's necessary, but I'll think about it. Okay. Pity would not come to her now. No, pity would not come to her, nor remorse. Not anymore. Only the faded remembrance of sadness, the pantomime of regret. If she played her part and mourned those who wandered into her garden, she maintained a semblance of humanity. The soldier groaned again, the sound taking her by surprise. A twinge of anger twisted the petals in her gut. Did they always have to make such a fuss? That does feel like a bit of a random tone shift for a joke, but like, it feels a tiny bit out of character, but Mooney likes it, so. Her motherly instincts took hold and she swayed as she walked, just enough to soothe without jostling his wounds. Slowly he lapsed into silence as she gently traipsed along the path. She had to remember that these lost spirits needed care, especially the new arrival. She had to remember, no, I don't think we need to do that. These lost spirits needed care, especially the new arrivals. The dream returned. So I do have a little room here. To kind of like transition between that thought and the next paragraph. So let me just gonna put like space here for little something, question mark, in case there's something I want to pop in, like a tactile kind of moment, something like that. The dreamer turned to an empty patch of grass between two large, because I need, like, she's walking, she carried, like, time is passing while we describe. The dreamer turned to an empty patch of grass between two large crypts. This would do. She closed her eyes, willing the cemetery to obey her silent command. Slowly, silent command? Is it more fun if she does something here? No, this is fine. Slowly, accompanied only by the rustling of the grass. As it shifted? I don't think that needs to be there. Slowly, accompanied only by the rustling of grass, a new plot asserted itself into reality before her. The two massive stone crypts never moved, yet now they stood further apart than before. God, I can't believe it's been 2.5 hours. And a freshly dug plot lay between them. The ground beneath her rumbled as a small headstone. Headstone? The ground beneath her rumbled as a small headstone grew from the loose soil, somehow already worn down from decades of wind and rain. Their journey completed, the dancer knelt once more to deliver the soldier to the place she had made for him. 4 experienced hands set him down, pulling his limbs from the gnarled positions of agony they had taken along the way. They had taken along, not on. Hey, Suki, thank you for your 50-second prayer to the goat. Welcome in. Once he lay flat, head resting on a pillow of topsoil, she filled in the plot. His breathing slowed more and more with each handful until it could not be said if he was breathing at all. A ghost of a smile curled his lips for but a moment as pain left him and serenity took its place. The ritual was simple. No eulogy was spoken, no epitaphs written, no mourners gathered for the departed. Just the dreamer's lonely, wordless song. She pressed the pad of her finger to his forehead. When she pulled it away, a thread of bright indigo light came with it. She stepped away from the grave and onto the path, still pulling the thread. With her remaining hands, she conducted the air, her song growing louder and more joyful. One by one, it's just toneless voices? What to say voices? I don't think we need to say toneless. One by one, voices joined her dark chorus as dozens of threads, some brighter than others, exuded from the exposed faces of those interred nearby. They floated lazily, serpents dancing to the tune of her flute. Which of course is not literal, she's singing. Undulating in the breeze but moving ever forward to her grasping hands. As they alighted on her onyx fingers, the movements began to entwine them into a simple ball of thread. The voices drifted slowly back into silence, their threads separating from them as the dreamer collected only what was needed. Satisfied with her gathering, this is actually better than I thought. Satisfied with her gathering, she knelt to inspect a white marble vault. A patch of the night-blooming flowers grew there as they did throughout her cemetery. She selected a handful of the healthiest and most fragrant specimens, plucking them expertly. Thread in hand, flowers in another, she used her third to pull a long, curved fang from where it was pinned to her dress. She smiled warmly and held it aloft, basking it in the moonlight. Bright lines of aquamarine traced over it, intertwining to suggest motifs of... Bright lines of aquamarine traced over its surface. It's intertwining to suggest motifs of spider lilies and sea snake skeletons. The dreamer's thoughts turned to memories of precious friends as her fourth hand idly picked away the wilting and rotted flowers adorning the book-ended stumps of her arm and leg. Detritus removed, she pierced her flesh with the fang, pushing a thread through to the other side. She winced as the needle-sharp tip effortlessly passed through her skin, though she felt no pain. The incandescent thread melted into the torn muscles and jagged bones of her upper arm and thigh, fusing flowers to the places where she had been separated from herself until they could no longer be seen. Incandescent thread melted. Melted? She drifted aimlessly as she continued the ghastly work, scarcely needing to look where she was going. say, as she finished, the dreamer found herself approaching the promontory of the cliffside. She was often drawn to this place after redressing her wounds. It was the only part of the cemetery that felt open to the world. An endless sea moved restlessly before her, hundreds of feet below and stretching beyond the bounds of reality. An endless, dark sea. A fine, smoky mist of salt water sprayed the cliff as a massive wave crashed into the jagged rocks below. She thought of the colossal creature that sometimes dwelled in the caverns there and smiled, wondering when they would meet again. She cast her gaze to the lighthouse in the distance on her left. Maybe I could say a light from the lighthouse. Yeah. That adds a little more mystery to it. Okay. A pulse of light pulled her gaze to the left. Hold on. A pulse of light pulled her gaze to the left, towards the lighthouse in the distance. It was the only place on her little island she had never explored. Someday, perhaps. A wry smile. Why do I always personify smiles that way? A wry smile. No. A wry smile. Can I just say she smiled wryly? Like, is that so wrong? It seems weird. In a wry manner. So I can say that. Well, I guess she's not trying to express irony or mockery, so maybe not a wry smile at all. Okay, it's the only place in her little line she had never explored. Someday, perhaps. Could just say she smiled. It was the only place. Not everything has to be perfectly, like, descriptive. It was the only place on her little island she had never explored. Someday, perhaps. She smiled and turned. Let's do that. Turned once more to regard the breadth of her domain. The hills rolled out gently before her, their peaks and valleys only visible by the rise and fall of the trees and monuments that choked the ground. Their peaks and valleys only visible by the subtle rise and fall of the trees and monuments that choked the grounds. The swiftly moving clouds above gave the scene an odd sense of motion, almost as if the cemetery were breathing. Don't say almost, just as if. Commit. Two large mausoleums peeked out from amongst the shrouded greenery. But it's like, but like, why is any of this happening? She's just standing there looking at stuff. I mean, it's a moment of contemplation, but what is she contemplating? I'm not really, I'm sort of presenting the trappings of what am I trying to say? The trappings of like pensive thought, but none of the pensive thoughts that would normally accompany that. What do you think about that? Hold on. Well, I guess I am to a certain extent. Yeah, okay, I can put that there. Talk about the ghoulies a little bit here. This is good ASMR. Good. Having shower thoughts but without the focus. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure either. Fair enough. Two large mausoleums peeked out from amongst the shrouded greenery. The flicker of candlelight emanated weakly from the upper windows of the closer of the two. Excuse me. Excuse me. The breeze carried with it a few disjointed notes. What am I hearing? Oh, sorry. I know what I'm hearing. Okay. Okay, or you can just fall out. Come on now. Come on now. What are you doing now? Come on now. Okay. Pulse of light pulled her gaze to the left towards the lighthouse in the distance. You know what? Let's dream that up a little bit. A pulse of starlight pulled the gaze to her left towards a lighthouse in the distance. Let's make it, you know, a little more fantastical. Why not? Okay. Two large mausoleums peeked out from amongst the shrouded greenery. The flicker of candlelight emanated weakly from the upper windows of the closer of the two. The breeze carried with it a few disjointed notes of some jovial refrain and perhaps a hint of laughter from within. Now I can say something here. A hint of laughter from within. The ghoulies were celebrating. But if I call it the ghoulies now, like, that's gonna be so confusing. I'll just say they were celebrating something or other. I mean, her... I mean, this isn't the Great American Novel. I can be a little silly. I can just say her ghoulies Her ghoulies were celebrating something or other. Perhaps she would join them. Yeah, just a little something here. So perhaps a hint of laughter from within. Her ghoulies were celebrating something or other. Perhaps she would join them later on. No light came from the further edifice, save for the reflection of the moon and stars in its large stained glass windows. Well enough that it remained dark, for none were allowed entry to her sanctum. A moth must have her secrets after all. She glanced down at the fresh bloodstains all over her torn dress and sighed, hoping for rain. The end. Postscript. A shimmering, a rustle of leaves, a suspiration of cool air. Of unseasonably cool air. The soft grinding of stone against stone. The burial ground took its leave of the forest, leaving only echoes in its wake. Leaving. The burial ground took its leave of the forest. Damn. Is there a way to say this better? Burial ground. I could just say faded from the forest. Yeah, that works. The burial ground faded from the forest, leaving only echoes in its wake. Okay, so the end is fine. I've been kind of fixing stuff as I go near the end here, because this area was a little more rough. Okay, just doing little bits and changes. So yeah, we've been working on this for 2 solid hours. And we haven't written any more words, which is so frustrating, because I like when I see the number go up. I want the number to go up, god damn it. I hate working on a bunch of words and then it's not any longer than it was before. You know? Like, it's becoming measurably better, but the number didn't go up. What the fuck? Okay, let's go back through these underlined bits and then we can stretch and then work on the poetry. Okay, eyes painted with a cloudy moonlit night. Okay. Eyes masterfully painted with a cloudy moonlit night sky fluttered open as the soldier crossed the boundary of her domain. Gnawing hunger that comes after a long sleep pulled at her. She rose from her place of rest. The vines... Let's see. She rose from her place of rest, vines snapping free of her flesh and leaving behind blackened trails on her pale skin. There we go. That is less awkward. She rose from her place of rest, vines snapping free of her flesh, and leaving behind blackened trails on her pale skin. That is small change, but it flows much better. Small cups of toil, soft soil, yada yada. Okay, she yawned. Terrible fangs, the missing slices. Funny number, go burr. Exactly, yeah. I could say the size of this, like the slices, the missing... How thick are they? How big are the missing sections? In the new model, they are... Okay, not that big, but the one on the leg is bigger. They're like the thickness of like a really big reference book, like an encyclopedia, but that would be an odd image. It's also, if you add another adjective around missing slices, it makes it like I can't afford to make this sentence any less clear than it already is, because it's a very confusing thing to describe with words that part of her arm is missing, but also it's still connected. Like visually, super easy to understand, very difficult to write. Missing slices of her still connected arm and leg were adorned with flowers as if to staunch wounds that could not bleed. So you know what? I can just say, I don't need to say they're pale, because that makes it sound like the wounds have petals that are swaying in the wind. But if I just go straight to, so okay. As if to staunch wounds that could not bleed, pale lavender petals swayed with the wind as she stretched her long dancer's limbs. There you go. It's better. Okay, so he groaned, pink spittle dribbling onto the dusty stone. The ethereal creature observing him, like the creature, let's say ethereal creature, but that just feels like an empty descriptor, because what does ethereal like literally mean? Like I know what it means, but spiritual or otherworldly. Okay, so that's fine. Ethereal creature observing him. Honestly, this is fine. The ethereal creature observing him allowed a single tear to seep from her inhuman eye. I don't love that, because it is a humanish eye. It's just kind of colored differently from... but if I take out inhuman, it just feels weird to say eye. The ethereal creature observing him felt a single tear. Say felt instead of allowed. Felt. Felt a single tear seep from her eye. Solitary drop. Crystalline. Okay, the ethereal creature observing him felt a single tear seep from her eye. A solitary drop, crystalline in the moonlight, trailed down the curve of her cheek. Good enough. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply of the familiar air. Not stale, familiar. Exhaling the first long notes of a song of sighs. Okay, yeah, these are all, this is good. We're knocking it out. This is final draft stuff, just making it better. The opening still needs work, but let's finish the underlined sections and then we can work on that. As he whimpered on the ground before her, she gazed ruefully at the missing parts of her. Yeah. She gazed ruefully. At the empty parts of her? Is that going to be clear enough that I'm talking about the... let's be more specific. She gazed ruefully at the wilting flowers that... Wilting flowers... sewn into the missing parts of her. No, because if she's looking at the flowers, then the next sentence doesn't make sense. God damn, these fucking, like, missing chunks of her body are so difficult to work with. But it's good. It's a challenge. I wanted a challenge. She gazed ruefully at the wilting flowers She gazed ruefully at the wilting flowers that covered the stumps of the missing parts of her, their absence. It's actually their absence. Fucking hell. Okay, so instead of their absence, I'll just say she was reminded once again. Okay. She gazed ruefully at the wilting flowers that covered the stumps. I have fucked up this sentence so badly. It was like okay before, and now it's awful. She gazed ruefully. What did I say before? At the missing parts of her. Okay, let's just put that back. She gazed ruefully at the missing parts of her. Their absence reminded her again of what she must do, and that the garden must be tended. I guess because it's like repetitive. As he whimpered on the ground before her, she gazed ruefully at the missing parts of her. That's awkward. Why can't I do this? Why can't I do this? This is killing me. The trick is that I absolutely can do this. It's just kind of stuck on this one thing. That's what it is. Okay. I see whimpered on the ground before her. She gazed ruefully at the empty spaces in her limbs. Maybe I just don't need this sentence at all. Maybe this little paragraph is just unnecessary. You know, maybe I just cut this. The refrain of her wordless song emanated from her delicate lips, swirling through low-hanging boughs and echoing from mossy obelisks, stirring what little life called her cemetery home. Pale purple fireflies bumbled amiably among the darkened greenery, riding the eddies of the breeze, Beetles and spiders rustled in the grass, eager to bask in the eerie lilt of their mistress's voice. What the fuck is wrong with me? Eager to bask in the eerie lilt of their mistress's voice. The ragged hem of her simple dress rumbled to the ground as she knelt down to her new charge, her beloved wretch, her prey. Yeah, I think I just don't need this little aside about, like, what she must do and the garden must be tended, because it's not really a garden. I think I'm cutting it, so this is better. Okay. One cold, flawless hand patted his head as another pulled the arrow effortlessly. Okay. She lifted him, instead of effortlessly, easily into the night air. Okay, fixed. Okay, last little bit. I'm actually gonna say no, I don't need anything there. Okay. Staring up into the pupils that shone like the moon itself. Okay. Lines of regret traced the edges of her mouth as she sang the song of the embracing void. The burden whimpered against her shoulder in helpless confusion, staring up into pupils that shone like the moon itself. Staring piteously. Piteously. That's a word. Isn't it? I haven't used it in a while, but it's a word, right? Piteously. Piteously. Oh, there's an E instead of an I. Why the fuck is it spelled that way? That is terrible. No, not hideously. Piteously. As though, you know, like being worthy of pity or etc. Yeah, piteously. Yeah, I was trying to spell it P-I-T-I-O-U-S-L-Y. Eh. Okay. Her burden whimpered against her shoulder in helpless confusion, staring piteously up into pupils that shone like the moon itself. She reminded herself it was better this way. Too many times. Yeah, okay. But I actually like that. I like that more than I thought I would. Okay, is there anything else we need to, like, fix right now? No. Okay, this is a lot of little tweaks that we've made. I think the tone should overall be better. I'm not in love with a lot of the paragraphs starting with pronouns, but might be able to work on that later if I feel like I need to. I'm going to read the beginning one more time. I'm going to be open to possibly changing it somewhat, and then I'm going to put this down for a second. We will work on the two poems, and then we'll come back to this, okay? Or maybe I should do some voice, like, now that my voice is a little warmed up, maybe I should do some stretching and voice warm-ups and stuff. Whatever, it's my stream, I'll do whatever I want. You guys are here either way, right? Yay! Thank you for staying here, by the way. I know this is not, I guess, what you would say is traditionally super exciting content on Twitch, so I'm deeply, deeply appreciative of everyone who is deciding to spend their time with me. Thank you. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I hear a kitty having a nasty poop. So I will deal with that. Oh dear God, there's the stench. Yep, there's the smell. Okay, all right. All right. Oh my God, come on now. Get out of here. Stinks so bad. I know, baby. Okay, be gone, Snip. Be gone. Bam. Bam. Just bam. What? Is the food a little low? Okay, hold on. That food. Huh? Special food. Okay. No, don't you eat it. That up, up. Good for you, baby. That. For you. That. Food, please. Food, please. Food, please. Okay. All right. Oh, silly kitties. Sorry about that. What was I doing? I was throwing down some lurks. Get myself some... a moment of break. Okay. There we go. Okay, great. Oh. Now we got lucky that it didn't stink too badly this time. But God, there's been some times. God, there's been some times. Lord help me, there've been some times. A bit of it. Thank you, Ellis. I just dropped a link, a lurk for you. Thank you for the lurk, sweetheart. All right, last thing we're doing on this. The infinitesimal flutters of dreaming eyes sent dust motes adrift in the moonlight. Hydrate. I did just drink water, like moments ago, but I will drink more. There we go. All right. Moonlight, moonlight. Too much moonlight. infinitesimal flutters of dreaming eyes sent dust motes, dear God, sent dust motes adrift in the moonlight. Two dancers, alike in form and substance, waltzed together within her. Ah, okay. Trails of watercolor memories swirled behind them as they swept through her mind, as they swept through her mind. Another life, true love. Another life, love, music. You know what? Another life is a little on the nose. Miss Monet, hey, thank you for your 4th prayer. Thank you, and thank you for the anniversary grats. Preach. You know, why is it on some channels it literally will not allow me to lower the quality? What is that? It seems random. Because I'm trying to lower the quality so I'm not like making it's difficult on my computer. I'll be lurking lovely. Thank you, Miss Monet. Miss Monet is very sweet. If you haven't watched their stream, it looks like they're doing some rivals today. Usually they do, or she plays DBD. But yeah, lovely streamer. They're on the road to 500. So if you haven't checked out Miss Monet and you're here in chat, please do so. Give her some love. She seems like one of those people that just has a lot of fun with stuff, you know, and that's I love that. I love seeing that. Okay. Another life, love, music, silence, reverence, bitterness, and the grinning dead. It's like, how it could, this whole thing is just a reference to her currently established lore about her previous life as a priestess and all that stuff. Flowers rooted in flesh and stone began to unfurl slowly. In the waxing moonlight, the dreamer stirred. A cemetery asserted itself where it should never have been. Where it should never have been, a wild place for other things. Yet there it was, guided quietly by the dreams of its guardian. For but a crucial moment. Yet there it was, guided quietly by the dreams of its guardian, for but a crucial moment in the life of a dying soldier. The cemetery sighed a susurrus of swaying tree boughs and vine leaves as it shook itself awake. Like, I want it to sound a little menacing. I don't know if I'm accomplishing that. Maybe I am. Maybe I am. How do I rename a Scrivener project? Because it's like a bunch of different files. It is the project's folder that needs to be renamed while the project is closed. if I rename this just poetry. Now if I open this, it should change the... It does! Oh, fun. Okay. Okay, fixed it. Alright. So we're going to take a little break from Mooney's thing. And we're going to work on a couple of poems, okay? Don't know what to... I don't know. Yeah, I don't have like a category for these. Okay. I'm also absolutely the worst at naming poems. Like titles are not my thing. What? What is baby? Now do you want the weird food? You want it now? No? What is it? Okay. I'm just gonna cover it up. If you don't want it, I'm gonna cover it up. You want it? Okay, sorry. Stormy's being... Oh, agile. All right. You don't want it? Okay, cover it up then. If you don't want it, I'm gonna cover it up because I can't have Shadow eating it. You gotta eat it yourself, okay? Sorry, I'm in focus mode while we're in ads. Is that and what? Oh, the last stands on that one is pretty bad, yeah. Yeah, there's that one. I call that sunburn peeling, LOL. Okay, let's do text. Sunburn 1 and Sunburn 2. Because while these poems are not about having a sunburn, they were sort of inspired by my sunburn. Hey, you made it through the ads. Zeusafrus. Okay, just typing these out to get them in so I can kind of mess with them. Drying, radiation burns, best to see the sun. Okay. Don't know how I feel about these two. Like many things done in the moment, and out of an abundance of emotion, they're kind of unfocused, not very polished, you know. So I'm gonna read these out loud. And if you're listening to these, fair warning, they're a little gross. One more than the other. Okay, so this one is... right now it's 6 stanzas. One of them may not be necessary, but it's 6 stanzas of 3 lines each, 5 syllables per line. Is how it ended up. My face is peeling. Old man underneath, disapproving, tired. My mask is slipping, greasy from old skin, never not rotten. My skin is sloughing. I was helpless once. Awareness brings pain. My nerves are burning, rest an illusion, never to know peace. My blood is flowing, but not for too long. Endlessness comes scarce. My bones are drying. Radiation burns. Best to see the sun. So I guess this one is kind of about like the pain inherent in learning to unmask when you're autistic. Using kind of a very physical metaphor. Oh, you can comment. Oh, duh, of course you can. Why didn't I know that? Okay, well, now I know how to do that. So I'm just going to make some note. I may not edit this one right now. I may not edit either of them. I'm just going to make some notes. Okay, just a quick note about that, and then note about the other one. Damn it, I have to pee again. No, actually, you know what? It's fine. I'm fine. Okay, the other one. God, I really hate the last stanza so much. I don't know if I like the rest of it either, but it felt like very real in the moment. Okay. Again, warning, it's a little gross. Torn skin clogs fingernails. Gristle burrows between teeth. Thick chews of fat choke me as I consume myself. And for what? I gurgle, gasping between swallows. And for whom? I vomit, weeping from the taste. Fluids tickle my tongue, sinew pulls in my throat. Joints snap and pop in me as I work my jaw. And for what, I scream, rasping with blood. And for whom? I bark, chewing folds of brain. I fucking despise those last two lines. I don't hate the first two lines of the last stanza, but I hate that. I felt like I needed to finish it, and I just kind of went with first thought, best thought. But that's pretty bad. That's pretty weak. Gonna underline that. Okay, I do have to pee though. God damn it. Alright, we're back. Yeah, these are both kind of worse than I thought they were. But that's okay. Most poetry is garbage. That's why getting the special ones is so special. It's also so deeply personal. I don't super want to work on it on stream, but you know, that's, hey, we're sharing, right? Okay. Oh, happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you, NoGender04. Appreciate it. How you doing? There we go. Okay. Honestly, I mostly just wanted to get those written down. Like they're not good, but I just wanted to get them written down so that I have a record of them and I can get rid of the like little things I wrote them on. I'm very guilty of keeping too many scraps around for things. Doing good. Good. Good, good, good. I kind of feel like I want to make sure that I'm addressing, because I did get some feedback from Crypt about this piece a little while back. But ooh. Oh no, it was like, oh, this was a while ago. Okay, here we go. I found it. It only hints at the two factors, but okay, yeah. I think we've addressed that. Didn't even see the cam in the corner until you moved, and I jumped so high. I'm a little under the influence. Sorry to jump scare you with my hands. Well, I'm glad you're having a good time. I know they're a little spidery, but don't worry. I think that's enough working on, like, I don't know. I've made a lot of change. Like I bet if I put the most recent draft against this draft, I've made a lot of little changes and improvements. It doesn't feel like I changed too much. And part of me just goes, you know what? This one's done, and I'm done. And I'm going to send it to her, and I will incorporate any feedback that she might have. But at this time, I think it's just done. Like, look, if I were submitting this as like a paid gig and this was like my job, I would be a little more persnickety about it, I think, and sort of rehash some of the structuring. But I've fixed a lot of the redundant wording and some of the flow issues and grammar issues and the end is not as bad as I thought. Especially the part about using the thread that actually came out a lot better than I thought it did. So I'm actually okay with a lot of that. You did miss a chikorita. I'm so sorry. I've gotten so used to using Ultra Balls all the time that I'm using Premier Balls to try to hatch an egg. And I forgot. I forgot how lame it is doing that because I've caught one out of the last like 6 now that I'm using my damn Premier Balls. Wait a minute. Oh, that was weird. Okay, never mind. It's fine. I also think I've cleared up a lot of like little spots that were unclear or didn't exactly illustrate what I was trying to say. It's the kind of thing where I'm looking at it and my feeling now is if I've like what I have set this up to do, I think we're done. You know, that being said, could be better, but I think I don't know what to do with it unless there's like a change in purpose, because it's supposed to just be a lore bit that sort of introduces her character and kind of the mood of her aesthetic. Not even her, but her aesthetic. You know, like an art piece. So I think that we've accomplished that, and I'm just sort of staring at it now because I'm not sure what else to work on at the moment. I think what we'll do now is I will send Crypt this draft and allow her to give me a more brutal level of feedback than last time. What did I send last time to her? Where did I put it? Oh yeah. Oh, that was almost 2 weeks ago. Okay, yeah. That's why coming back to it was a little funky. This is classic Goat, by the way. I said, hey, would you like if I wrote like a silly little thing for you? And she said, yeah, of course. 3 weeks, 4 drafts, and almost 2,600 words later, I think I'm done. That is classic Goat. All right, let's do that. Send that off for Chrissy. It is really nice, by the way, to have like a professional level editor in your home who can review your work for free out of the goodness of their heart. Yeah, there we go. All right, works for me. So that being said, what do we work on now? I'm writing fanfiction while I'm lurking, so I think I'm also accomplishing something. You absolutely are. Absolutely. Should I switch over to... I did have some fresh notes I need to incorporate into the extant lore. So we could jump over to that. I said we would do some vocal warm-ups and stuff today, so maybe we could do some voice acting practice. Could do that. My voice has not been great today, but maybe if I... It's warmed up now, obviously, so maybe if I did some, warm-ups and stuff, it wouldn't be so funky. Funky dunky. I also want to switch off of the, as soothing as it is, the music from Spirit City doesn't, you know, it's fine, but it doesn't really like, get my brain moving, you know? You know what really does, for some reason? Kind of sad, folky music. For some reason, that gets my brain going. Don't know why. My friend group and I made a high school AU with all our original characters, so I'm writing a few pages of character building. Hell yeah. I love that. I could just sing some Iron and Wine for a minute. You guys want to hear me sing some Iron and Wine? Just from the first album, I think. Yeah. And dog in the garden row is covered in mud, and dragging your mother's clothes, cinder and smoke. The snake in the basement found the juniper shade. The farmhouse is burning down. A lot of humming in this one. Give me your hand and take what you will tonight. I'll give it as fast and high as the flame will rise, cinder and smoke. Some whispers around the trees, the juniper bends, as if you were listening. Give me your hand. Your mother is drunk as all the firemen shake. A photo from father's arms, cinder and smoke. You asked me to pray for rain with ash in your mouth. You'll ask it to burn again. Then there's 2 solid minutes of humming, so I don't know if we need to... I don't even know if we need to do all that. We can see if I could do Sunsets We've Forgotten. I don't know. Gender, if you're still there, I'm curious what OCs, I guess, what is the, like, when you say OCs, what do you mean? like your original characters for like within a universe, or just sort of your sort of general characters that you've made for like your online personas? Because it can mean a variety of different things. So I'm always curious. In case you're wondering why I randomly switch into singing for like 10 minutes and then move back into other stuff, it's just a nice palate cleanser. It feels like good for my brain. You know? Men take me to the devil tree. I will be free and shining like before. Papa, don't tell me what I should have done. She's the one who begged me. Take me. Take me home. We'll see some other fandoms just decided to move into a different universe scenario. Oh, fun. I love that. When the wind wraps me like the Reaper's hand, I will swing free until they cut me down. Papa, don't tell me what I could have done. She's the one who begged me. Take me. I'm shuddering to think of what this sounds like without the music. Take me home. Very into fanfiction writing, so my character was really from a supernatural AU. Very nice. That is very... Supernatural is so popular for fanfiction writing. I always wonder, like, what is the sauce that makes a show sort of rife for fanfic? And I don't have a strong answer for that. It's the autism. Well, I mean, on your part, but I mean, like the show though. What is the show's quality that makes people wanna be a part of it? You know. And I never know, because I've never had that impulse. Ever. I've never felt like I want to write more about this. I always just sort of take what it is at face value and go like, well, this is what it is. You know? Which puts me out of step with, I mean, it seems like most people, certainly creatives, tend to do a lot of fan fiction. I just never have. I don't know what it is. When the sea... Oh wait, I'm early. There it is. I will breathe free as any word of God. Papa, don't tell me what he would have done. She's the one who begged me. Take me. Presence of Tumblr sexy men. You know, Chaos, you're not wrong. Take me home. Happy affiliate. Thank you, Lady Helly, the made Hellhound. Thank you. Archive of Our Own. AO3 was originally made by a Supernatural fan. I feel like I did know that at some point, and then I forgot that. Have you guys ever heard of The Tallest Man on Earth? I love his first album, Shallow Grave. I love it so much. Like, it's such a unique voice. Serengeti, y'all. There into my heart. When I hear your voices calling, oh, I'm gonna turn just inside out. Well, if I ever get to slumber, just like a mole deep in the ground, hell, I won't be found. Very first Omega first fic was super. Is it pure horniness and then it just sort of follows from there, I wonder? Well, if I ever get to slumber, just like a mole deep in the ground, hell, I won't be found. Yes, I mean, I have no idea. It seems like the vast majority of fan fiction is driven by horniness. Not all, but the vast majority. Never use the sun to see the light. I'm gonna float up in the ceiling. I built a levee of the stars. And in my field of tired horses, I built a freeway through this farce. Well, if I ever get that slumber, I'll be that mole deep in the ground, and I won't be found. Need to share strong content or usually both for some reason. Yeah. It's just interesting because on a certain level, to a certain extent, I'm trying to kind of get people to want to do that with extant a little bit, but I shouldn't be thinking about that. I should be thinking about just what do I want to say and what does make sense and all that. But you know, yeah. Throw me in the fire now, come on. I said throw me in the fire now, come on. Bam, 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 bam. I said, throw me in the fire now, come on. A little dissonance. Because we will paint our house with water to have an outlet for the sigh. Oh, and as I never see the changes, I will be useless as I try. As I say, baby, don't cry. Do do do. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Okay. I think okay, so here's I wonder if there's anything that I can do that won't just be me putting off and procrastinating getting to extent. I don't think there is. I think I just need to get back to extant. Because I can feel myself putting it off in order to not work on it. But I need like it's so tough because I can't have sometimes songs with words are okay, sometimes they're not okay for my brain, and I never know really which is which until I'm kind of in the. So I'll tell you what. just go with my true classic thinking music, which is an artist called My Head Is Empty. I made a like playlist I've been adjusting slowly that is good for my brain. It's also very sleepy, so fair warning. Usually both for some reason. Yeah. I will say one thing I definitely want to incorporate into my stories and lore is like some people are just evil and they're just fucking bastards for no reason. And they just are. And not every villain has a tragic backstory. Not every villain, you know, can be befriended or changed or whatever through the power of friendship. Like, that's not how most people work. And I just, it drives me crazy seeing, this is like the fucking like Marvel thing. The reason so many Marvel villains have these tragic backstories is because they've been struggling to find things to write about for like 40 years. Since the Silver Age, they've been struggling to come up with plot lines for the same characters over and over and over and over and over. So much like a, you know, daytime soap opera, where the same fucking characters who have to just exist in this heightened reality for decades and decades and decades. Yeah, you're gonna explore every nook and cranny. You're gonna give a backstory to every single villain and every single but you know, like you have to, because what else are you gonna fucking do? Hear me out. People who are just evil and have fun being evil are kind of hot. Yeah, you think that. People seem to think that. They're not. Do you know what people like that look like? There's a lot of them in our government right now. Because that's the thing. People get confused about like the nature of evil. A lot of evil is just stupid and petty and selfish. It's just like a lack of consideration more than it is sort of intentional harm a lot of the time, you know? And when it is intentional harm, it's just, this is what bothers me about monster fuckers, because it's not going to go the way that you are allowing it to go in your mind. It's just not. You know what I mean? Okay. Like the people who go, oh, I want to be captured by the dark elves in Warhammer 40K. Brother, no, you do not. There is no such thing as a masochist of that level. It's not a real thing. And it certainly isn't you. And they're going to turn you into a living, like, lampshade or something. And all you will know is pain and suffering. Yes. Like the Dark Elves who are so evil, they birthed the... Well, okay, so that... They weren't Dark Elves when that happened. They were just elves, I believe. Then they became Dark Elves? Later? Could be wrong. Living lampshade is crazy. Whoa! Thank you for the whoa. A living lampshade is crazy. It's not that crazy. They do that. That's like a whole thing. that they do is turn people into furniture, and not like an acute BDSM kind of way. I'm talking about like literally you're alive and also anyway. Squishiest Frog, how you doing, bud? Congrats on first. Welcome in. Thank you for your 33rd prayer to the goat. Whether you do not want them, you really don't. Happy BBQ Bacon Burger anniversary. Thank you. There it is, first. Awesome. Good job. Thank you. But yeah, you don't want them. And it makes me angry. It shouldn't make me angry because I know people are just being silly, but it makes me angry because I'm like, but you're like cheapening the whole point. Like if you think that, then you're either uninformed or trolling, and either way, I'm frustrated. I'm scared one day that I'll be second instead of first. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think you're good. I think you are all set. On that. Oh, thank you for your 7th prayer to the goat. No gender. That's true. Okay. The thing that throws me off about working on Extant these days is that there's so much to do, and there's so many like every time I open the document, I'm just like assaulted by 400 things that are kind of dependent on one another that all need to change sort of in concert with one another as I'm massaging this reality to be what I want it to be. So it's sort of the opposite of the blank page anxiety. It's full page revision anxiety. And I think it would better serve me if I went in like, here's the one thing I'm going to work on. But the problem is, like, the one thing I'm trying to work on right now is sort of foundational to the entire setting. So well, it's foundational to sort of the social setup and the of the entire setting. Not the like bedrock entire setting. Like if I wanted to I could theoretically just work on a totally different aspect, but they're all sort of connected in ways. Which is good. You want that. It should be, you know, as the South Park guys would say, thing happens because other thing happens. It's not just that things happen randomly, right? There's always some kind of causation in a story that you're, in a plot. Now, that's not necessarily true when you're doing world building, depending on your goals. It's better if it does. God damn. I switched to Premiere Balls. I haven't caught one in like a year. What the ass? This game is mocking me. It's mocking me. Bayer is Kriegsherr. Hello. Haven't seen you in a bit. What's up? What's up? I just asked you, fool. You first. I'm struggling with paralysis of what to work on. Because it's so complicated. Good as fuck. Goon all the way. Sure. Seems a tad aggressive, but sure. I suppose. Goon all the way, huh? What? Now what did they mean by that? What did you mean by goon all the way? Is that like jingle all the way? Because I'm familiar with the concept, but I don't think I've actually seen the film. Because I've been working on some backstory stuff for the Nadraws that I think is a good sort of direction to move in for the origins to make it more my own and less sort of not less what am I trying to say? Make it more my style. So I've got some stuff in that direction. I know I'm not like saying anything right now. I'm just sort of yapping about nothing. uh, um, did I put more notes about... Wait, did I not put those... Where did I put those notes? Okay, I've got a couple of things on the old phone there, but not really. Um, hmm. yeah, I think a lot of the problem is I definitely really from the beginning have not had a strong vision for the tone slash what I want to accomplish with this whole damn thing. And I've sort of made a break in that area recently, which is exciting. I think one of the things I've been struggling with the most is scale, because this isn't space, but functionally it kinda is, but it's not. And like, yeah, the rails are 50 miles long, so like every space has 2,500 cubic miles of like empty volume within every space, and there's, you know, how many quadrillion spaces, or was it quintillion and then it was quadrillion world cubes? I can't even remember. Yeah, it's 7 quintillion 540 quadrillion internal spaces, each of which has about 2,500 miles of volume. So I could calculate that technically. So that's, how do you put that into scientific notation? That's a big ass number. It's not necessarily a big number. Honestly, I don't even really need to be doing this, but the numbers help. So ones, hundreds, millions, billions, trillions, quadrillions, quintillions, sextillions. Okay, so there's 18.8 sextillion miles, like miles cubed of space, of empty space in the grid. That's a lot. I can't get my stupid brain to stop thinking of it as claustrophobic when it's not. It's fucking massive. It's functionally space. I just can't, why can't I get that in my fucking brain? I don't know. Like when I see it in my head, the image is nothing but sort of a tangle of these rails, which it would visually be, but it's also so far away. Like, it's okay that it's difficult. I gave myself sort of a difficult puzzle to solve. But anyway, so the problem is I'm getting that stuck in my head, and then I'm going, okay. So unlike space, where you can just go everything's really far away. This is bip bop boop. This is whatever, just kind of throw a number at it. Like Warhammer, Games Workshop can just say that the Imperium of Man has 1 billion worlds under their sway or whatever. And not worry at all about sort of the scale of it because it is just space. So I've made this impossible puzzle for myself where I have to imagine in 3D space where things are in the grid in relation to one another. And it's just impossible. Like, what the fuck? Ads. You know what I need is water. I'm out of water. So during the ads, I will go grab some water.
What's up, buddy?
You know the craziest thing? Welcome back. Oh, thank you. The craziest thing is I would not be doing any better, like, productivity wise, if I weren't streaming. You know, did Shadow move this or something? Why is it so? Did I move it? Weird. But yeah, the scale of the empire is what I'm talking about. This all comes back to the scale of the Zarathan Empire. That's what I'm struggling with. Like, because I've made travel simple if you know exactly where you're going, and you know nothing has changed since you last went somewhere. Then yeah, it's relatively easy, but logistically kind of getting stuff to places is similar to what it would be, you know, in space, because it's hard to move stuff around. You know what? I had some ideas about the origin story. That's what I was feeling kind of excited about. That's what I should work on. Yeah, so what were the notes I had on this? Also, why is this like so fucking, the angle looks crazy on this. Yeah, whatever. What's going on, buddy? You want to say hi to Ruby? Maybe we'll get y'all to hang out tonight. Okay. So I talk about World War I a lot because I like it a lot. It's deeply interesting to me. Sort of how, unlike World War II, you know, I mean, there's more than 2 wars ever, but sort of 20th century and beyond wars. 2 was messier, but also more straightforward in a lot of ways. But World War I, the way that everything just like got away from everybody, and it became so much bigger and so much more intense and so much more horrible than anyone could have predicted, and definitely more than they wanted. You know, the goal was not bleeding Europe dry of young men by the millions. Wasn't the goal. Not at first. Eventually, it did kind of become the goal for some of these, you know, some of the involved groups. But I've been re-listening for the 4th time to the hardcore history on World War I. And something that's so interesting to me is something he does talk about a fair amount, which is the attitudes and personalities of these people, specifically the leadership, but also just the soldiers of the time, and how alien the way that they think about different things is. Like specifically, there's this guy von Moltke, and he was, so his uncle is known as the Elder von Moltke, and he was a German where are they? I found quotes. Was it in lib quotes? Yeah, I mean, he was a piece of shit. And he had this attitude that is so specifically old world. He is the one who famously coined the phrase, the translated phrase, "No battle plan survives contact with the enemy." Basically, like paraphrased, no plan of operations extends beyond first contact with a main hostile force, is essentially what he's saying. So there's that one. But then also, the one that caught my eye was he said, "Permanent peace is a dream, and not even a beautiful one. And war is a law of God's order in the world, by which the noblest virtues of man, courage and self-denial, loyalty and self-sacrifice, even to the point of death, are developed. Without war, the world would deteriorate into materialism." That's fucking crazy. That is crazy. Like, what a... I mean, now you gotta understand, he died in 1891, so he was dead 30 years almost, or let's say 25 years, before war became something so much more horrific than it had ever been in the past. Like, going off to die for your stupid king or whatever is horrific enough, but then you have World War I, which turns it into not just that, but also, the most horrific series of events that anyone has ever had to live through ever, basically. So in a certain sense, you can kind of forgive the, like, almost magical thinking of this concept given, the time, but permanent peace is a dream and not even a beautiful one. Like, the reason I'm bringing this up and going into this is because I kind of want to start giving the Nadras a little more personality and dialing in on why they would have these deeply imperialist and, like, grandiose beliefs about themselves and their place in reality, and, like, why they should or should not kind of own everything, or at least, control to a certain extent how things work. Because you really have to get into the mindset of someone who not only has enough privilege to be detached enough to not even remotely consider the human element of war, but also someone who's been taught. So someone who's been taught from birth to be disconnected from those concepts, and then also is immortal and considers themselves, you know, above and separate, and like mortals are sort of animals that need to be herded and taught. Hey Mick, thank you. Thank you for your 58th prayer. I have hands. It's your dream. Thought you'd appreciate that. I thought about messaging you earlier that I had hand cam up, but I assumed you were at work, so I didn't want to bother you. You are at work. Oh well, thank you. Yeah, I'm trying hand cam out today. It's not bad. It's nice. It's nice to be able to kind of gesticulate when I'm talking, and you can see that I'm doing it. It's the raptor. Yeah, God, I'm like, oh, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it. I'm just like, my brain is just seizing up and like telling me to go do other stuff. Oh my God, McSalsa's buns started moving vigorously. They have cake. Prepare for a booty quake. And a double booty quake as they torque off into the sunset. See you soon. In their booty wake, I should say. I should say that. Well. It's the gyat. Got it tweaking. Yeah, it does that. It does do that quite a bit. Sorry, I do that. That's me. I do that. That's I'm the gyat. Oh, that was Mick. Mick was here. She's long said that I should do a hand cam of some kind, so thought she would enjoy the visual. She did happen to come by. Yeah, so what you guys are witnessing, yep, there she is. How you doing, Vale? So what you guys are witnessing here is me, my brain is yelling at me to go do something that is more dopamine heavy, like games and stuff, but I'm trying to be more productive for longer. I mean, we've been streaming for almost 5 hours, and all I did was a reasonable pass through of a 2,500 word tone piece, which is nothing. I should be able to do that in half an hour. But if I don't dig into this shit at some point, it's never gonna get fucking done. I wish I could stop having new ideas that fundamentally change certain aspects of the lore, even though they are making it notably way better. It's setting me back so much in terms of productivity. I'm wondering at this point if it's even worth it, but like I can't stop myself from going, oh, but wouldn't it be better if this instead? And I'm just running myself ragged in these circles of not accomplishing anything. And it's kind of like I'm trying to become a writer all at once instead of having years and years of practice and experience working on stuff like this. I'm trying to do it all at once. And so I'm trying to like kitchen sink and throw everything into this all at once. And that's not good. It's not going to result in something good. So I've been paring it down and I have a better idea. But now I have to go back and like fix all the stuff that I just sort of vomited out when it was not as focused. While the Nadras are not the protagonists of the setting, they aren't really protagonists. I guess the qualia might be. They do sort of propel a lot of the motion for things, and this is, you know what the problem is? I did not have a strong to-do list today of like work on this, accomplish this, do that. So I'm running into a general sort of to-do item of work on this thing where every single aspect of it needs more adjustment and twerking. More twerking, definitely. More tweaking. By the way, it's like almost 39,000 words of gobbledygook you got to sift through in a million different tabs. And it's just so overwhelming. So I've been chatting for, I want to say 30 minutes about how I'm not getting anything done. Pretty classic. Pretty classic. Okay, so what did... Alright, fuck it. Fucking the draws. Okay, origins do... One thing at a time. There's this, creation, this, draws. But I wrote down something that was sort of... Guess not. Is it a different note on my phone? Hmm. Okay. They're still lizard people. I swear to God I wrote down more stuff than this. It truly may have just all been in my head and I never wrote it down. Okay, well let's look at where we're at here. So creation and void create the world in order to observe it. They're infinite beings, so like just kind of hanging out for a while watching a planet doesn't really fuck with their agenda. This is the part I don't love here. So basically the Nadraz, as it stands right now, the two celestial dragons, Void and Creation, created this world called Null in order to observe it and basically fuck around, right? They're bored. So they made these two avatars of themselves, kind of, like autonomous aspects of themselves on the planet to fight each other and see who wins, just kind of as a cosmic bet, right? So they do that. Excuse me. God, I took my omeprazole today too. They do that, and they basically drop a tear. Each of them shed a tear onto the planet, and that creates each dragon. And then when the tear hits, like all the many little droplets that sort of splash out from that tear make the Nadraz, make the mortals that, or the, whatever. Yeah. I believe they're mortals to start with, but maybe they should just be immortal to start with, because then that way I don't have to like come up with a machination that ends up with them being immortal. I could just start with them that way, but then why are they energy vampires? Question mark. That's a good question. Yeah, I cannot believe I didn't actually write any of these concepts down. This is problematic. They need siphon energy to keep up their form and immortality. That's been my concept for them for a while. Is basically these like, you know, deeply powerful, ancient, immortal beings. And what sort of tethers them to mortal kind is that there are enough of the Nadraz that they need a population to feed on. It can't just be like, they can't just travel. Or they're like, I haven't decided on how many Nadraz there are remaining at this point, but I'm thinking like several thousand. So they can't just exist out somewhere because they'll, you know, die. But I didn't want to just make them like blood vampires. That didn't really fit the sort of cosmic narrative. So it's more like they suck the life energy sort of out of mortals to feed. I'm gonna make the way that they feed super gross. I just haven't decided exactly how I want to do that. Oh, you know what? You know what? There's the fucking notes. God damn it. I did write some stuff down. See, I knew it. Okay, I found it. I found it. That helps. So, basically, the story as it stands is they come to be. The dragons like start this like long war with each other, eventually culminating in the destruction of Nadraz. So there's Zarathan and Nadraz. Nadraz, as it stands, I'm kind of rewriting this, but is killed in sort of the final battle because Zarathan does something. I'm still not clear on why it's so like evil that he does this, but he does something that not only kills Nadraz but also corrupts the essence of its servants and kind of twists them into these energy vampires. And then, but Nadraz is so but Zarathan is so like injured from the fight that Void and Creation just kind of shove him/it into a mountain to recover for like the next few thousand years or until ? Under the assumption that like he'll come back, and then the Nadraz, who are the mortal servants of Nadrazin, you know, they don't have anything to feed off of, so they just kind of go into torpor. If you are familiar with World of Darkness, the thing where vampires like basically go into a coma for a while until someone revives them. So they like essentially bury themselves deep within the planet to wait until maybe one day there will be something on the surface that they can feed off of to survive. So they go away. Zarathan's put in the mountain. And then Void and Creation go, okay, so, well, shit, that's kind of over. But that was a ton of fun. What do we do now? And essentially they... Motherfucker! I've got like 1 out of the last 10. All I needed was 3 with the fucking Premier Ball. I've gotten like none. Fuck this game. Yeah, so the two like god dragons essentially sort of go, okay. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll make a bunch of mortal ancestries based on, you know, actually, I don't, you know what? I don't need them to be a bunch of different ancestries anymore, because that's like, this isn't the setting world. So it could be that they just make a bunch more lizard people. Or just humans. Okay, make it much easier on myself to say they're humans. Ruby is shuffling around in the room. Let me see if she needs out. All right. I guess it would make it easier. I'm not really writing for Mooney's stuff anymore. I should change this. Okay. So because this isn't the setting anymore, this could be a little easier to streamline, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Okay. It's also a whole, like, sub-aspect of this world that now, as I'm reading it, it feels kind of tacked on, which is the Doza, which is a completely different story, basically. Completely different setup that I might honestly just separate from this entirely. Proxy Gangster, thank you for your first prayer to the goat. How you doing? That's a sussy profile icon. And I didn't get an alert when you followed me. That's odd. Little strange.
Space.
Space. It's an interesting profile picture. It's like a green cross behind an anime girl with blonde hair in what looks like a Stahlhelm from World War II. Yep, there they are. I knew it. I knew it. Hey guys. It's been a while. So wild.
Space.
Yeah, space. Hi guys. Man. It's been so long I forgot all about these guys.
Space.
Space. Don't worry, we'll get you all banned and reported. Just chill out.
Space. Space.
Krellenixon just followed.
Yeah.
My hat is like a shark's fin.
Sure is. There we go. Well, that was easy. Okay. uh. Hi, JC. How you doing? Interesting timing. Sorry, Leo. I was just lightly hate rated by a couple of Nazis, so I have to sort of deal with that for a second. Sorry. There we go. Okay. That's one. And then there we go. All right. Easy peasy. How do I turn that off, actually? Yeah, it brings me to, do I just do that? There we go. Yeah, I haven't had to go into mod view in so long. I forgot how to do it. What an issue, it's very sad. They think I'm trans, and they really hate trans people. So even though I'm not trans, they are... Ah, there's another one. Maybe I should have left shield mode on. All right. Fair enough. Why is it so slow to...
Space. Space. Space.
Yeah. It would be so nice if it would update faster. There it is. Oh, there you... Oh, that's how you do it. Okay. There we go. Of course, Will's a little whisker thing on your screen. He sure is. You know, I was just getting stuff done in the writing too. And it's so funny because these fucking dicks are so stupid. Like, they're so stupid. I knew instantly what was happening. It just took me a minute to get back into the mod view because I haven't done to do it in so long. Like, they're so pathetically stupid. It's really funny. Now I gotta go. I really have no idea at all. Well, they don't care. They think, well, in fact, you know what? It might be that they know I'm not trans, so it's like they feel like maybe they won't get in trouble for a hate crime or something. Or maybe, I don't know. I know one of them is in love with me and wants me to come inside them real bad and just won't leave me alone. Which I'm assuming is what's fueling their sort of continued nonsense. But yeah, it's been 6 months since they first started hate rating and doxing me. I'm keeping an eye on the Discord because they usually try to do multiple things at a time, so I'm just sort of... Ooh, I got one of the Premier Ball catches. Nice. Hey Vez, thank you for your prayer to the goat. But yeah, like if you ever get a like someone who's brand new and you've never seen their username before, and they start doing cheap redeems, that person is a malicious actor, and you should probably just ban them without really questioning it. I should have just banned them instantly, but you know, like I said, pretty clear profile picture of a Nazi helmet on an anime girl going ooh woo. Like, come on, man. That's not exactly subtle. Oh, classic. Yeah, we're just hanging out. We're gonna just keep banning them as they go. So, sorry for the quiet while I do some stuff. If anybody gets any weird messages on the Discord, please forward them to me so I can ban. I'm not seeing anybody joining it, but for the next day or two, you know what? Actually, let's just go ahead and pause invites and DMs for 24 hours. There you go. Problem solved. Don't even worry about it. I gotta go. Okay, take Queenie out to pee. Okay, no worries. Thank you, Belle. Thank you for the raid. Hilarious timing. 2.4 thousand followers. This is clearly a dummy account, just set up to look legitimate. I'm just going to go ahead and report it. Can't be too careful these days, you know? They're still trying. They're still trying with these dummy accounts. Like I'm G gang, do you wonder if the account that was created today called Piggy Piggy Oink Oink might be part of the hate raid? I think it might be. Gee whiz, gang. It's fair. All right. Anyway, so I guess I'll just kind of keep an eye on that. What was I talking about? Yeah. Let's talk about the Nadras. So I guess my question is now, since I don't need the world to be fully metropolitan, because it's not a campaign setting anymore, I could just make them all humans, or I could make them all like lizard people or something. But why? But why? Hey, Dr. Verm, thanks for your 40-second prayer to the goat. Appreciate it. Really have nothing better to do with their life. No, they really don't. They're also complete cowards. They're also total cowards, because if they had any actual conviction, and I won't talk about them much more, but if they had any actual conviction, they would like do things instead of these impotent, like limp-dicked little raids. but they're fucking so pathetically ineffectual they can't even hate right. They're just bad at everything. So it's pretty pathetic. Bit of both, half human, other half lizards. Well, I don't know. So, cause like, but the problem is I'm sort of reconsidering making everything dragon themed anyway. I didn't really have a reason to do that except one of my players at the time that I was going to make this setting for, requested, I believe I'm quoting or paraphrasing, something to do with dragons. So I was just like, yeah, fucking dragons, sure. But I have no attachment to them being dragons in any way. There's no story reason for that. It's just kind of like, well, I'm blue skying some ideas. I guess these celestial forces could have dragon-shaped avatars? Sure. Then it kind of stands to reason that the things they create have sort of dragony stuff, you know? So, once again, as I mentioned, I'm taking like a pretty foundational thing about a pretty foundational group in the lore and just changing them all the way down to the fucking bedrock. Because I kind of started working on this setting like 6 years ago. And I was, I think, scared to come up with my own completely fresh take because it's just such a blank slate. So I kind of imported some stuff from things I'd already worked on. And it's really coming back to bite me in the ass. Like, it's been a good impetus to kind of keep things going and get interested in it, but damn, I really wish I had just kind of worked more holistically on it rather than, you know, happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you to Kiddas. Thank you so much. Sorry if I'm a little quiet again. I'm just kind of keeping eyes on things. Finishing up Luminaries are well and good, or are we working on something else? We're working on something else. I hit a point with Moonies where I was like, well, I can sort of fundamentally change the style of this in order to improve it, or I can just send off this first final to an extremely excellent editor, aka Crypt Nouveau, aka my wife. She will give it a once over at some point in the next few days and give me the sort of harsh objective critiques, you know. Not harsh. You know. I've been wanting to hear more story lore. The DM I used to listen to works late and I don't get to watch him create stories anymore. Well, yeah, it's almost like I'm kind of like stripping this old setting idea for parts in a way. Because I'm going like, okay, the Doza are sort of a like magical kind of dark fantasy riff on Time Lords, I guess you could say. Like, I don't want to provide that as a lens through which to view them, because I feel that that's not sort of their whole actual thing. But it's a concept that I'm super in love with, and I've had some fun ideas for, but they don't fit really in what I'm trying to do. With this, I feel like they are much more going to fit in like a bespoke, more mysterious kind of world that a lot of VOD to catch up on today. Not really. It's mostly been me waffling about different things, so I think you're all right. So I'm just sending another message here. Because I didn't get a response before. How are you doing so well? Oh, thank you. Oh, hey, Maymew. Hi. Amazing Goat Hand Cam. Indeed, yeah, trying something new. I'm still at it, doll. I'm trying. To introduce, I've not heard about before the Doza. I've already partially forgotten. Well, I haven't talked about them really because they just don't fit in extant really at all in my mind. So I'm kind of cutting them out, but like I feel like they're a really strong concept for, again, like a dark fantasy kind of take on Time Lords, but not Time Lords. You know what I mean? But they just don't quite fit the setting. Got this. Thank you. It's also like I sort of wrote out this origins thing for the Nadraz, and it feels like a very weird mix of too specific and also mythical. Like it feels sort of mythical in the way that a lot of it is not logical. It's very sort of almost dream logic for certain things. It's very magical. But then I'm like really specific about time frames and certain things. So I think I might just sort of remove some of the more specific explanations and leave it a little more vague. Thank you for the burp. I'm also a little concerned that this is not matching up, this number to this number. That's okay. Oh, I'm gonna measure time on the grid, not their solar body orbit for reference. No, but there so there is there is like a light cycle because, well, I don't want to say why, but there is a light cycle that is roughly, what did I say? I adjusted it. It wasn't 24 hours. It was 36 hours. So like it goes a slow like wax and wane power cycle over the course, or not power cycle, but like light sort of cycle. It's a 36-hour total period. It sort of hits like high noon, and then for 18 hours it dims slowly until it reaches like midnight, and then for 18 hours it brightens very slowly until it hits noon again. So there is like a way to measure time. There are lore reasons that support that being a thing. It seems awfully convenient, right? But there are some sort of things in the background that do justify it. Not only why it is in the grid at all, but also why it's kind of wonky. But yeah, there's no seasons. There's no seasons, so you can just measure time by those. So like a grid standard day would be 36 hours. Now, have I considered that that is unnecessarily complicated and would make a lot of logistics extremely confusing in terms of when people sleep and for how long and all that kind of shit? Yeah, I've considered that. And that's a good point. And I don't really have an answer for that. So, you know, okay, so I need... What do I need? Something that makes a lot of sense to me so far. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's a stupid detail that's going to make things like way harder for myself than they need to be later on. Because if that's the case, I might just make it 24 hours and go like, that's how long a day is, you know? Because like, I don't have a strong reason to do that other than it's kind of funny to make it like that. But then, it's the same problem in space. Like, how do you sleep in space? You just make it work, right? So I don't want to water down the uniqueness of the setting to make it more, accessible or easier to write in. Sorry, I'm having a conversation with somebody on Discord about something. Is it a super in-depth questions? I don't think I need the keyboard on there anymore. Today I just have a migraine. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. Sorry, I had to go quiet again. Had to send another message. Part of the reason I wanted to start writing on the stream is that a lot of these ideas just simply will not like sort of take form in my head until I've talked about them out loud enough that I can sort of figure out what I want from them, you know? And listen, Crypt loves me. She's been very patient with me. But I can't steal hours of her life every day to try to work through half-baked ideas ad infinitum over and over and over and over. I did that for a little bit, and it was a lot, frankly, and I was aware that it was a lot. But I just couldn't stop myself. But now that I have you all to talk at, you know, so you are all really doing her a service by saving her from me going, okay, so I had this thought about this thing, and I was thinking like maybe this, but this is a problem because if I do that, then this has to change. But I don't know if that like fits the tone of the setting, and then it goes just on and on and on forever. So thank you on her behalf for listening to me yammer. Okay, so that's nice. Hopefully that won't be an issue. Moving forward. Because, you know, it's not really about like me and my stress level. It doesn't really stress me out that much. It doesn't like, I don't like think about it. But when it kind of spills over and interrupts other people's lives and stresses them out, now we have an issue. Now we're going to do something. You know what I mean? So just had to take a minute to be a little proactive there. I was going to end stream like 90 minutes ago, but things started happening and they needed to be taken care of. So, you know, what are you going to do? You know, it's funny too, because they're still here. They're waiting for me to undo shield mode so they can, I can tell because the viewer count is higher than the number of viewers in the list, which means they're like very sneakily viewing through some other means. So shield mode stays on. Somebody gotta be here. Hell yeah. Thank you for the lurk, Scarlet. Appreciate it. Honestly, I'm mostly staying on out of spite at this point. To be like, look, dumbasses, you don't scare me. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be back online Sunday. I guess tomorrow's my normal day off. But I had a couple extra days off this week, so might stream tomorrow. Unless there's a compelling reason I shouldn't. Which I don't think there is. Again, mostly out of spite. Yeah, I think I will stream tomorrow as well. All right, anywho, so that's all good and resolved. All right. It's fine. You can see how quickly, like, when the words are flowing, I can say a lot. I can type really quickly, but when it comes to actually putting prose down on the page, it's considerably slower. All right. So I will say, I think that that is more than I meant to do today. So I'm gonna go ahead and call it good for now. Let's see. Let's see. I might just honestly keep my, when I'm trying to like brainstorm and stuff, I might just have to keep my headphones off and just work in the silence, because that is really the best thing for me is just total silence. We'll see. Okay, so who's around? How do I do an art that we don't know? We could just. Well, actually, you know what? Just on the off chance we're dragging any stragglers from the thing earlier, I'm not gonna raid out. Oh, Crypt just messaged me this same thought that I'm having right now, which is it's probably not a good idea to raid out just in case. So. Super solid chance I'll sleep through most of it. I was dreaming again. Okay, that's good. Yeah, dreaming's awesome. Get good sleep. Dreaming is when you make memories. So enjoy. So yeah, in a unusual turn, I'm not going to raid out today. Isn't that crazy? So thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. I know it's been a bit of a rambling one. I know I didn't really get much done again, but as we get more comfortable with this, my hope is that the productivity will follow. You know, the way my brain works, I need routines, I need comfortable situations, and then the productivity kind of follows after that. So hopefully as we do this more and for more hours, my brain will go, okay, this is a safe space. We're going to get some ideas out on paper and get some things done. But yeah, so tomorrow, again, it's normally a day off. I'm going to stream anyway. I'm gonna knock out a to-do list for Extant. I'm gonna say, okay, these are the things I want to work on. This is what I want to iron out. And I will come to stream prepared with that list and we'll put it on screen and we will work through it together and complete some fucking tasks, all right? Because a lot of writing, especially creativity in general, but writing especially is less like, you know, super romantic creative output and more nuts and bolts completing tasks. So we're going to complete some tasks, get some shit done. I'll be back tomorrow. In spite of it all, if any of you are still out there. And yeah, I'll see you then. So please have a wonderful rest of your day, everybody. Please go see any of the wonderful, I won't shout them out right now again for reasons, but any of the wonderful streamers you've seen in my chat. They are all lovely, lovely human beings who are absolutely worthy of your support and interest. So please go check them out. And in the meantime, that's it for me today. I'm going to go get some food, fuel my brain, see if I can't go into my dark place, and sort through some of these thoughts I've had today about Extant and get that list together. And I'm rambling, so I just feel weird ending stream without rating. It feels weird, but I'm just going to do it. Okay, I love all of you, except those of you I specifically do not love. If you're still out there. I love all of you who are cool. Thank you, Phone Kun, for hanging out, buddy. See ya, bye. See ya, bye.